Good morning. Welcome. It's so exciting to have you all here with us today for day 3 of the ECC's Professional Development Institute. Under the theme, Transforming Education through the Resilient Educator. My name is Carrion Thomas. I'll be your moderator for today. This track is track 2, 0 to 3, Early Learning and Care. Now, we will start with our plenary session and then we will have concurrent workshops that begin at 11 and we end at 5. This session is titled Quality Learning Environments and Programs. The panel facilitator, Mr. Paulo Risco. Panelist, Mrs. Debbie-Ann Mackenzie, Miss Jadine Salter, Miss Colette Kane, and Miss Susanna Spinner. The workshop, Quality Learning Environments and Programs. Let's look at the description. Learning environments and nurturing spaces that support the development of all young children. They include classrooms, play spaces, areas for caregiving, routines, and outdoor areas. Learning environments are well-organized and managed settings. They integrate home cultures and are flexible to support changing ages, interests, and characteristics of a group of children over time. A high-quality early childhood program provides a safe and nurturing environment while promoting the physical, social, emotional, and intellectual development of young children. The panel discussion will allow panelists to reflect and share on elements of quality learning environments and programs, and also share best practices on how quality learning environments and programs support children's development. Let's introduce our panelists. Mr. Paulo Risco has been in a role of client-facing and support for over 10 years. Almost 7 years have been in teaching strategies working with school districts and federal programs in Florida, ministries of education in many American territories, and the Caribbean. He has also supported American schools around the globe. He has worked closely with these programs to make sure they have what they need for successful implementations, working with teachers, administrators, and families to make sure they have the tools needed for the success and development of young children. He and his siblings are first-generation graduates. One of the many reasons he loves being in the education space is because he loves to bring high-quality resources to programs. His mother would always say, "You guys have to study, get degrees, and always educate yourselves because there is nothing more powerful than being educated." Now, Susanna Spinner. Susanna Spinner understands that a quality early education program is the foundation for all learning for children. She has served as a bilingual early childhood special education teacher and assistant principal, and as a director of early childhood in North Texas. She also worked as an independent consultant, providing professional development for educators on social emotional learning, behavior management, and differentiation for students with special needs. Susanna joined Teaching Strategies several years ago as a subject matter expert and is enjoying her continued work with early childhood educators, administrators, families, but most of all, children. Debian Mann Mackenzie. She is a solution-driven educator, having more than 8 years experience working in a multi-grade primary and infant school. Most of her career as a principal was spent as a teaching principal. She is currently the proud principal of her alma mater, the Shirley Castle Primary and Infant School. During her tenure as principal, this multi-grade school has maintained its rating of good on their NEI inspections. Additionally, she considers the fact that the infant department reached certification standard under her leadership as one of her greatest achievements. Her educational background includes a diploma in primary certification education from CASE, a bachelor's of education, and master's in special education from the Michael University. Mrs. Mackenzie considers herself an advocate for students with special needs. Her platform as a passionate multi-grade special educator afforded her the opportunity to present at numerous workshops for various educational organizations. Now, Miss Jadine Salter. She has been a trained teacher in the field of early childhood education for over 10 years. She is very passionate about the future of the early childhood sector in Jamaica and gives her service to contribute to better outcomes for children. Currently, an early childhood development officer with the ECC in the parish of St. Mary, Jamaica. She holds a diploma in teaching early childhood with a focus on literacy from the Shortwood Teachers College and a bachelor's degree in education obtained at the University of the West Indies. She also has a certificate in human exceptionalities from the Michael University College. Ms. Salter also taught briefly at Windward Road Primary and Junior High School. Early stimulation and education are the foundations on which children's success are built, and so she aspires to provide children with quality education and experiences. She believes that through the support that she provides for teachers, the children will be positively impacted. Ms. Salter acted as an early childhood development supervisor for Region 2, which consists of the parishes of St. Mary, St. Thomas, and Portland. She serves as a member of the ISO team and is committed to serving the early childhood practitioners, children, and stakeholders. Now, for today, during the session, we ask that you write down all your questions and comments. For persons joining us online, please remember to type your questions in the chat. For the persons that are face-to-face, we ask that you hold your question unless otherwise engaged by our panelists for, taking questions. We have a mic right there, and we ask that you, if you have any comments or want to say anything, you can get up and speak. I now hand over to our panel.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for those introductions. So as was mentioned by Mrs. Thomas, we're going to be talking about the quality learning environments. What are quality learning environments? So I will start with the first question to the panelists, which is, what are the essential components of a high-quality early childhood learning environment, and how do they impact children in development, impact children's development and learning outcomes? Whoever wants to go first.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for the question. I'm Colette Kane, and I'm from Toronto, Canada, and I work at George Brown College, and I manage 2 lab schools, and I oversee programs with infants to 10 years of age. So for us, looking at our environments and making sure that there's quality learning really starts with the educator. They are co-learners with the children, and we want to ensure that they're constantly engaged with everybody, making sure that they're documenting what's happening. Quality only comes through observations and making sure that your environment really supports the learning that takes place. Having enough materials is really important as well. We want to ensure that we look at everybody from their strengths, and that really helps the child with their own personal development and being able to scaffold from that. Hopefully you can hear me. As I said, we all look at each other as still working. Oh, it's working again? Maybe. It's working. On again? Okay, thank you. We look at children as co-learners, and the only way to do that is to look at what we're bringing into the program and what they're actually bringing in, and using parents as well as our resource. We have to engage in conversation with families to understand where the child's development begins, and then we scaffold their learning from there. The stimulating environments that we promote, that we provide, are intentional. So again, we're looking at the needs, the interests, and the development of the individual child within the group setting so that we're not leaving anybody out. Through our documentation, it's done on a daily basis, and we then meet with our colleagues and we talk about what we've observed. We're also a lab school, so we're training students in our program. So we're giving them the opportunity to look at children's development from a different lens. And we think that that's the most important way that we can support children, is through the inclusive process of having parents, children themselves speak up and show us what they need through conversations with our educators as well as our students. So that is our base for looking at quality.
Okay, good morning
Thank
again,
you.
everybody. So for us, we look at the learning environment not just as the physical space, but also the psychological space that learning takes place. And so it would include, of course, the classrooms, the furniture, all the tools that we have at school, but it will also include social development and how we meet the social needs of our children. So we look at how students and teachers, what's the rapport between students and teachers, and how also students are allowed or facilitated to connect with each other. And so the components that we would mostly focus on would be safety. Of course, safety is always paramount for us. We look at the physical safety and mental safety. And of course, as Colette said, we also think about how we are engaging our children. Is the activities and the tools and the physical environment age appropriate? Is it accessible for everybody? Is it tailored to the needs of everybody? And are the programs that we put in place planned? So it's not by accident. Whatever we do there, it's not going to be by accident. We look at connectivityness. So what are the social and economic needs? How do staff rapport with each other? What support do we have? How do we connect with other stakeholders that may not be inside of the school environment all day at all times? So we think about parents and the school board, the businesses. So all of that will help to make the physical environment or the learning environment.
Good morning, everybody. So I just wanted to add, and Colette mentioned that nurturing caregiver is paramount as it relates to having an environment that is conducive for learning. Because we know that if children do not feel safe, if they do not feel nurtured in their environment, then that affects learning. So we want to make sure that we have caregivers who allow the children to feel free to approach them. They feel loved, they feel welcome in their classrooms, and that they're free to explore. So we mentioned setting up the environment and that it should be intentional, but the environment is established, but do we allow children the freedom to explore in their environment and learn on their own? Because the child must feel as though they're in their natural environment in order to learn. And safety is very important. So we want to make sure that the children are feeling safe within the confines of the early childhood institution. Child-sized furniture, there are adequate, safe materials for the children to engage with, and that we are catering to their needs, regardless of their abilities, regardless of where they come from. So we have to think about the diverse learner.
Good morning, everybody. I think I get to just wrap up in a bow what all of these super intelligent women have said. And I think really the quality learning environment is going to be what I heard: intentional, very purposeful. So of course there are minimal standards, right, as far as safety, what actual furniture is in there. But what it takes is it takes a caregiver, it takes a teacher who is going to learn about every individual child, their strengths, their families, and what background knowledge they're bringing. Because we can use all of that. And so even in my class this year, if I set up a specific way for the children that I have this year, it's going to look a little bit different next year. Our job as educators is to really set up and be able to provide opportunities, provide experiences, and that's by us observing the children. That's by the children leading their learning, right? We provide those opportunities and experiences for children to get to answer their own questions. And that's really going to be based on that teacher's intentionality of understanding each and every child in her class, his or her class.
Thank you so much, ladies, for those answers. A lot of knowledge there. Next question, we're going to move into how can early childhood education programs be designed to accommodate the diverse needs and abilities of children in the world that we're living in, right? There's a lot of diversity, a lot of children with different backgrounds. So how can we make sure that we accommodate to the diverse needs and abilities of children? How can we make sure that we include all children, even if there's children with disabilities in our programs, and children with different backgrounds, different cultures? So.
This one?
All right, so I would have mentioned earlier that we have to cater to the diverse learners, because we know we have, even in this room that we're sitting, all of us learn in a different way, right? So as an early childhood practitioner, you have to be cognizant of that fact. Colette would have mentioned earlier that observation and documentation is very important. So we get to know our learners initially so that we can now prepare intentionally for them. Now, under the early childhood, we have 12 standards that govern all early childhood institutions. And the Standard 2 specifically speaks about the programs that are provided for children once they are administered into the institutions. Standard 2 basically speaks to flexibility. Well, one section of the standards talks about having programs that are flexible to meet the needs of the children and making sure that whatever is prepared for the children also caters to their needs, regardless of their abilities, regardless of the background that they come from, regardless of the exposure and the stimulation that they would have received prior to coming into the institution. So we also want to make sure that we expose the children to different backgrounds. So yes, we are in Jamaica. We predominantly see individuals of dark skin. We see a particular hair type and so on. But do we expose children to materials that expose them to other cultures so they know that you are a part of a global society, right? We want to make sure too that when a teacher prepares her classroom, she's looking at the needs of the children, and the children should be free to choose materials. So we don't have materials that are for boys and some are for girls. So everybody in the classroom feels as though they're free to explore, they're free to be engaged, and the teacher is looking out for the children individually.
Thank you. Yes. And what it brings me right back to is universal design for learning. So I'm sure many of you are aware of universal design for learning, and what's so interesting when I first started studying that is that it did not start in education. Universal design really was something that architects came up with, because what happens, at least in the United States, back in the 70s when IDEA, the laws that came into effect to help protect and give people with special needs access to everything, what they said was, we have to put ramps in buildings. We have to make sure that the elevators say the name of the floor, right, for those that may be visually impaired. Well, what they started seeing is that to put ramps in buildings that were already established, it was expensive, and it didn't look right in the way that it fit. And so universal design really says that what is best for one is best for all. And so they started to already plan buildings that had the ramps, that had the elevators, that had automatic doors opening, because it was fiscally responsible and aesthetically it looked much more natural, and it was planned into the blueprints. Same with education. If it's good for one child, it's going to be good. It's going to benefit all children. So we should get to a point, and you know, I don't know if we're there, but we should get to a point where we don't have to necessarily look for ways to differentiate, because the way that we are teaching works for all children. I think another big part of that is, like she said, 12 standards in Jamaica. If I don't know what I'm looking for, I'm not going to see it. So making sure that those caregivers, educators across the world are very, very understanding of progressions. What does development look like? If I don't know to look for it, I will not see it. And so intentional in their observations and being responsive, that cycle of I observe, I determine, what does this observation tell me? What knowledge, what information does this give me, and how do I respond to that to continue a child's growth? That's a lot of how we make sure that all children are growing.
Yes, I believe that what we need to do is, of course, we are going to be conscious of the diverse needs of our children, and whatever we do, we are going to base it on data. We must be data-driven in our schools, and we must provide an environment that is enabling. So if we have children that have disabilities, if we have children that are different, our environment must enable those children to be independent and to learn at their own pace, and regardless of whatever disability they have. And so we have to have caregivers and teachers and administrative staff and everybody who is going to look beyond the physical presence of the individual and ensure that that person is in a place that they feel safe, they can explore, they can experiment, they can make mistakes, they can be vulnerable, and that environment is going to enable them to be a better person.
Thank you. For us in Ontario, we're very diverse, and Ontario has created a pedagogy that speaks to 4 foundations of learning for children. So it's the sense of belonging. Do children actually see themselves in the program? Do adults feel comfortable walking into that space? Do we have materials that represent them? Expression. How do we encourage children to express themselves in the environment? We don't stifle any type of expression. Engagement. Are we presenting materials that are going to promote engagement rather than isolate children? And then lastly, the well-being, the overall compass of a child, and are we setting them up for success in the world? And so with those 4 foundations, they're integrated into our program planning on a daily basis. We talk to families when we start bringing families into our center to get to know them a little differently. We want to know their home language. A lot of the educators may not have a second language in Toronto, but we'll ask families to write it out phonetically so that we can at least speak to the child that way, so that when the child does start, they feel comfortable coming into the room. We also want to make sure that our environment the same, promotes inclusion for everybody. Do we have space available? We have a number of children that come in with walkers or wheelchairs. Do we have enough space for them? Children who are playing sports and come in the next day with crutches. We can't isolate them either. We have to move our room around so that we can engage them. We have a number of children with food allergies or restrictions, so their picture is posted up on the wall so that they see themselves, they know that they're important, and their needs, again, are recognized, and it's documented. But most importantly, you have to get to know the needs of the child. You know, we don't just look at the physical needs, there's the internal needs that we have to focus on as well. And so we don't just want to have that visual effect and say, okay, we understand that child's needs, because a lot of times, as you were saying earlier, it's also about the mental stressors that children go through. And we have a lot of children that have come from different countries that are war zone, and they're coming in with the PTSD. And to look at them, you may not know that. So you have to get to know them and understand their family needs as well to include them into the program overall.
Yes, and I think what I also want to add is that, as we said before, whatever we do is going to be intentional. So we should have policy. We should have a written policy of how we are going to incorporate everybody, so that when we get new staff, they know, they have read it, they have signed to it, and everybody is going to fall in place to make sure that education is accessible to everybody.
Thank you so much. That's a lot of great information, great points. As educators, you guys have big responsibilities, right? It's one of the most important ages of any human being, right? Early childhood. So thank you for sharing all that information. So moving on to, what are some effective strategies for promoting active engagement, curiosity, and self-directed learning among young children in the learning environment?
The most important thing for us is educators that are engaged. I think that if you're the type of educator that stands back and you don't intentionally set up the environment, you don't intentionally ask those inquiry questions, the children aren't going to become engaged. They're not going to fill the needs of curiosity and becoming capable learners. And so for us, it's seeing the educators down on the floor, interacting with the children, being that active listener. You don't always have to be the person that's talking. Sometimes silence is golden. And if it's silent, there's a reason why. The children are thoroughly engaged in what they're doing. And so take those opportunities to observe that. And, you know, as we say back home, you have to peel away at the onion. So what you see on the surface isn't necessarily what's actually taking place. So just stepping back, observing, and being fully engaged in all aspects of the child's learning.
So from what you said, I picked up modeling. So as an early childhood facilitator, you model for the children. You let them know that you don't know everything. Because sometimes as teachers, the children tend to think, oh, you're a teacher, you must know. So you help them to understand that, yes, I'm your teacher, but I too am learning from you. So we are going to learn this together. One of the things that I always say is that, you know, young children, they are intrinsically motivated to play. It doesn't matter where they are. It doesn't matter what kind of materials they have available. They are going to play. And so as an early childhood practitioner, I believe in play-based learning. Learning should be fun, right? I don't want to sit and listen to you talk all day. So why would you think that a child at 2, 3, 4 years old is going to sit and listen to you lecture him or her? We have to make learning engaging. It has to be fun for them. They have to feel as though when they are in your class, they are looking forward to learning something new today and being engaged in a new activity. They should come to school feeling excited about meeting their teacher and wondering, what am I going to be engaged in? And we want to incorporate the arts. Jingles, rhymes, songs, dance. We want to make sure that they are having fun. We know that if we say something, sometimes they don't remember. But if we put it in a song, if we create a poem or something, it is easier for them to grasp the concepts. And sometimes, if you observe the children, you'll realize that some of the little songs and the jingles that you use, even in their own free play time, they are reciting these, and that is reinforcement. So we have to make learning fun. And I mentioned earlier that the environment has to be prepared. So the children must feel free to go and interact with the materials and learn from what you put into the classroom. You want to also provide opportunities for them to play daily, freely. So yes, learning is structured, you have a plan, you have prepared your materials, you have certain objectives that you want to meet for the day, but you should also create the opportunity where children feel free to play with each other so that they negotiate, they set their own rules, they socialize. And this will help to build their vocabulary and their social skills as well.
Okay, so for children to be learning actively, I think that the opportunities we provide for them must be age appropriate and developmentally appropriate so that they can access it. If it's not appropriate for them, then they will not be able to access it. We also must remember that active learners are questioners and inventors. We want them to be free to experiment and explore. We want the dress-up corner. We want them to be mummies. We want them to be construction workers. We want them to be broadcasters. We want them to be using the telephone. We want them to be on the floor, not in seats. We want them to be asking questions. And this is, it does not begin in the classroom. It begins at home. So we also have to get our parents to understand that when the children are at home, they should engage them. They should engage them in discussions during chores, during bedtime, all the time. The children should be questioning and inventing and coming up with stuff, Lego games. What is more active than a Lego game or building blocks? These are the things we want our children to be doing and not just learning to form letters and copy things off the board. We want them to be moving about, to be listening, and not just listening to teacher, but listening to insects, listening to birds, listening to sounds, listening to silence. We want them to be searching and finding out things for themselves. We want them to be feeling things and manipulating things. And I think once we have this part from early childhood, then we will be set, or the children will be set for life.
I don't know how many of you have children or grandchildren. My daughter's already a little bit older, but if I am blessed to have grandchildren someday, I want them in their classrooms, right? Will you take my grandchildren? Because that just sounds like what every classroom should be. It excites me. It makes me happy for children. School should be a place that not only... Our children on Saturdays should go, please let me go back to school. Why do I have to stay home? Well, we don't want them to not want to be home, but I want to go to school. I want to go and meet my friends and be with my teachers because that's the type of environment that we're creating, we're trying to create. Back to what Jadine said, modeling, right? As adults, we do so much without thinking about it. It already just happens, it's natural. The amount of problem solving we do every day. And so I tell teachers, I say, think out loud, narrate your life, right? And so even if I'm in the kitchen, in the dramatic play center, not working, it's work. I get paid for it, but I get to play. Are you serious? I get to play for my work? And so sitting in the kitchen center, dramatic play with the children, and she comes along and she wants to eat with us. Instead of just getting another plate, I'm going to say, oh my goodness, what do we do now, right? I tell teachers, the less you know, the better your children will come out. Because the reality is, I know everything, but it needs to be child-led. Many times we come from a place where I am the knower, I am the giver of all knowledge. And the reality is, they have it in them. I used to think they come as empty buckets. I need to fill their buckets. No, They're light bulbs that we just need to connect. They have everything they need in them. And so I don't need to fill their bucket. They come complete. I need to give them the opportunities, the experiences that they need for those light bulbs to turn on. And by me narrating, by me thinking out loud, right, we get that to that level of metacognition where I'm saying, what should we do? There's no space for her at the table. She doesn't even have a plate. What should we do? And I turn off my knowledge, and guess what? I'm giving all of them the opportunity to solve these problems, because problems that 3 and 4-year-olds have, 2 to 3-year-olds, they're this big. We can solve those. If we don't teach them to solve their own problems at that age, and we help them and help them and help them, we have that learned helplessness that happens in older elementary or even middle school. And what happens? How big is a problem when you're 13 or 14? It could be big. And so if we're not helping them solve problems, little problems at 3, we're going to have to help solve big problems at 15, 16, 17 that maybe we can't help with anymore. So empower them. Don't steal their struggle. It's in that struggle that they learn. Don't steal that. Let them learn in their struggle.
Thank you so much. Can you guys hear me? Yes. Thank you so much. Great strategies. And just to share something about that as well, right? I wanted to share a story of play-based. Research shows that the children at that age learn through play, but the play has to be intentional, right? So great things that you guys mentioned, and I wanted to share a story. We're working with the Ministry of Education of Bermuda, and one of the teachers shared one of her stories with all the other teachers. They were using our curriculum from teaching strategies, and one of the activities was insect studies. They were doing the insect study, right? So this is basically what these ladies mean with there has to be play, but it has to be intentional play, right? It has to be, there's an intention behind it. So the activity was to go collect insects outside. They were collecting insects. Then the children were lining up. The activity they were going to do, they were going to jump. They were going to jump. The study was about insects. The activity was about jumping. So they were not going to learn anything about insects. But they were jumping. With the insects they have collected, they were putting the insects down to see how far they had jumped, right? And then after they had put it down, after lining up, they were counting how many insects they had jumped. So we analyzed that a little bit, right? So the teacher goes, okay, she was sharing with her kindergarten teachers that story. What's happening there? What's happening through these play? Children are just having fun, right? They're jumping, they're putting their insects down, but they're learning how to manage their feelings, follow directions, compete with one another. So social emotional learning. They were learning how to measure. So mathematical happening. They were learning how to count. So that's why there's got to be play with an intention behind it. It's children-led, teacher-guided. So I just wanted to share this story because that's exactly what you guys share. And when the teacher shared that story with me from the Ministry of Education, it was mind-blowing, right? It was like, wow, a lot of learning happening without children even realizing they're learning how to count, how to measure, there's mathematical concepts going on. So thank you for those answers. So moving on to the next one is, in what ways can technology be integrated into early childhood education programs to enhance learning outcomes? And what are the potential risks and challenges associated with its use?
All right, we can't deny that we're in a technological age. And the children probably are more adept with using the devices than a lot of us. So we can't be left behind. We have to incorporate these devices and the use of technology within our classrooms. But how do we incorporate it? Because they already know how to use these devices. They know how to find what they want. So we have to think of ways to incorporate the devices in our classrooms so we can use material from other countries. We have children with tablets in schools and computers, so they can play educational games, they can have quizzes online, they have activities that teach them literacy and numeracy concepts online. So what we find is that, they gravitate towards YouTube because they're fun activities and so on. But how do we direct them to use these devices in their everyday engagement in the classroom? So we do our research, because we have to know what we are exposing the children to, because we know that there are things out there in the world that are not necessarily appropriate for them. So we have to do our research. We have to make sure that what we are looking for to engage the children in, it is appropriate, and not just appropriate, but developmentally appropriate for them. We want to also, there are advantages of using technology. It is engaging for them, but we also have to look at the overdependence on these devices. So we structure time for the use of device in our classroom, and we can say, all right, we have tablet time. This is just coming. So we have tablet time, we have times that we do games and so on, but we also have time when we go outdoors and we play with the things in the classrooms and so on. But we are in a different environment too. So sometimes whatever we find online, there may be barriers. So language barriers, we have to look at things like that as it relates to engaging children in things that are in the virtual space. And we have to remember too that technology is not just the electronic device. Technology is how do we use the things in our classroom to solve our problems. So we have our building blocks, we have our Lego that you mentioned earlier, our fudge sticks, our connected rods and so on. Can we make an airplane using these? Can we construct something maybe based on the theme that you're doing? And so on. So technology is not just the devices, but also what we have in our space and how we use those to solve our problems.
Thank you. We're exactly the same in Toronto. We struggle with that. Fortunately for me, I would say that the older age groups that we have in our centers, they're in school during the day, so we're a before and after school program for our 4 to 10-year-olds. And they do come in and they're like, can we use our tablet? And we don't discourage it, but we don't encourage it at the same time. We want them to have other opportunities. So we buy the mechano sets. We've bought lots of different wires and batteries so that they can start creating their own devices by using their imagination. We get them to draw things out first before then they'll go to the tablet and then create it. We have an Osmo robot who you explain to him what you want and he'll create it on the tablet for you, and then we have a 3D printer. So then it will create it and we'll actually have the figure that they've created. The barrier for us is that the Ministry of Education and the City of Toronto states that children should only have 20 minutes of tablet time a week per child. And so that becomes a real discouragement for them because they'll just be on it and then they're like, oh man, I gotta stop. And we got the timers going and they'll flick the timer to start it again if we're not looking and things like that. So that right now is our challenge. So we're continuing to try to fight it with the ministry to say we're in a world of technology. We have the toddlers that come in and we've given them a book and they try to swipe it, right? Because they're used to looking at something on the phone. So taking all that information into account, we have a faculty that is really technology-minded, and she went out and she did some research for us, and we found an app that's called 30 Hands, and it's for 3+ years of age, and it's their own little tablet that we give them, and they can create their own programs on it. They have their own little folder with their names so they can take pictures of what's happening in the environment. They can write stories. They can erase things, and we get to monitor it. But again, at that age, at 3+, they're just learning how to use it. When it's gone into the kindergarten room, they've been able to create projects with it. And we had a little girl, she kept taking pictures of the sky, and she wouldn't talk about it. And so one day I went over to her and I said, you know, I noticed that you've got lots of pictures in your folder of the sky. I said, do you want to talk about it? And she said, my mommy died before I came to this school, and she's in the sky. And so for us, it was just that moment of she had her own private space to document that. And it was just so meaningful, a learning opportunity for us as the educator to acknowledge it and give her time, right? Others, you know, the 3-year-olds, they'll take it and they'll scribble pictures and they'll erase it and they'll try again, but it's their way of expressing themselves. So we don't want to take away from it, but we don't want to encourage a lot of time, because in that free play opportunity, there's more learning that transpires, and there's more engagement that happens with their peers. The kindergartens will tell you that I do not know anything about computers. They'll say, Colette, we need to turn this on. And I'll say, okay. And they go, oh, no, you're too old. You don't know how. And I'm like, you're right. Let's get somebody else, right? Let's get a grade 1 to help us or something. So we want to really look at STEAM or STREAM and really integrate it into our program, but through different ways rather than just having the iPads or other means of technology in our hands.
Okay, I don't want to repeat anything that was said, but so I'm going to try and say something different. So we talk about having children with disabilities and children with diverse needs. So I think this is one way in which we can help to facilitate those children through assistive technology, tool for children with special needs, children that need the print to be bigger, children that need to hear it over again. We can use technology for that, hearing aids, all of that, JAWS. We can use technology to reach the children we might not be able to reach easy because of their diverse needs. I also wanted to point out that yes, technology is good, but it can also be very distracting to students because there is so much that they can do, especially if they have access to the internet. So we have to be careful about distracting the students. If we focus too much on technology, children will miss opportunities to socialize, and we see that now in our classrooms in early childhood and in primary department, because I'm at a primary and infant school where they are coming off COVID, and so now they do not know how to behave. They do not know how to socialize with the person that is sitting right beside them. So we have to be careful to ensure that the children are not missing opportunities right now to socialize. We don't want technology to hamper their creativity. I have a little 4-year-old at home, and he will often say to me, I am bored. I am so bored. I say, wow, that's a good thing. What can we do now? Boredom is good. I am so happy you are bored. Now you can get to use your imagination. So sometimes technology will provide the thing too readily, as you were saying. So we have to be very cognizant of that too, and not provide things too much at their fingertips for them, because we want them to be bored and we want them to find solutions. We want them to use their imagination. And so we don't want them to be too reliant on technology. And as you said, Colette, we don't want them it to hamper them health-wise with screen time and all of that. And we also have to teach the children from this age, from the early childhood age, about privacy and online etiquette, how to use the internet, how to ensure that you do not give too much information, because there are some serious predators out there, and they know that our little babies are online and on the internet, and they target them. So we need to teach them that stranger danger is not just physical, in the physical space, but also in the virtual space.
You know, just children need help with just technology. There's some adults that just get stuck to technology. You go around some restaurants and all their adults are doing is just being on their phone. So imagine that's what they're seeing.
What are we modeling, right?
Right, exactly.
Yeah. So it has nothing to do with technology, but I love, right, when they're bored. I have a 13-year-old daughter, and sometimes she'll tell me, because I limit the technology at home, "Mommy, I'm bored." I was born in Brazil. I grew up until I was 4 there and then moved to the States. And so I tell her, before I tell her, do you all remember what we used to do just with a tree when we were young? I said, "Shelly, I'm so happy you're bored because God has blessed us with a tree in the backyard." And she looks at me, and I said, "There, you can climb it, you can measure sticks, you can look at leaves, you can all the things. You can." How many times have we played taco? It's called bat, with a stick and a can. Mommy. Okay. Anyways. So I model, right? I go outside, I get a stick and a can, and we play. But I think that the reality is we are educating children today for jobs that don't even exist yet. So what happens? If we stick our head in the sand, it's not going to benefit us or our children. So we need to teach and model healthy use of technology where it is not replacing anything, but it's used to enhance, is used as a tool. So some examples of great ways that I've seen technology used in early childhood classrooms. Unless I don't know enough about Jamaica, which may very well be true, I don't think you all have penguins, correct? Okay. 1 point for me. How do we show them, right? You can see it in books, but there's nothing like watching a great video of how penguins get around sliding. There's something to be said for that. Now, we don't have to play it on repeat for 20 minutes, but we can learn about that when we're learning about other animals. What do we have locally? What do we have across the world? Also, pen pals. So this has happened, and if you have, even somebody, a family member, a friend that you speak to in another country, if they have children in their school, have them ask a teacher, "Would you like to be a pen pal with a classroom in Jamaica?" You'll be amazed by how many say yes. And it's simply going outside and showing, what does it look like outside your classroom? This is what my school looks like. That's not what my school, look at our school. And just to have that perspective, that global perspective that we need to give them, because the reality is our world is getting smaller and smaller and smaller. Another tool that we used it was to translate. So we had a child that had come into a classroom and he only spoke Hmong. Well, needless to say, none of us even knew what language that was. But we started playing around with Google Translate at the time, and we empowered the children to learn how to say it in English and then repeat it in Hmong for him. And you would have thought it was Christmas. He woke up and he was ready to play and he was able to communicate. And so really looking at it as a tool, not as a babysitter, not as a time waster, not as I'm bored, but how can I enhance learning with technology?
Thank you so much for all that information. Great info. And what a great example Mrs. King gave us, right? As she was observing the child, just looking at the sky. If we just observe children, right, they're gonna give us a ton of information, a ton of information. So that can help with how can we use technology to meet them where they are, meet their needs, meet what's important to them, what they care about, right? We have few more examples that I've heard throughout the years. One of our colleagues, Donna Fowler, she's amazing at teaching strategies, but she gives the example on how her child was measured at I think it was he was in 3rd grade and he was measured at 1st grade level or even below 1st grade level at reading. He had challenges, but it was because the teachers were doing something to him that was not important to him. He didn't care, right? But when he cared about building planes and airplanes, and when they started meeting him where he was, his reading level skyrocketed, right? So if we really observe children and the examples that she's giving us, right, is how can we use the technology to help children on what they care about, what they want to learn more about. So great examples. Thank you so much. Now parents. One of the things that they always tell us here in the company, I love because it's all research-based, right? It's research-based. The education, the development of a child does not happen in the classroom. It does not happen at home. It happens everywhere. It's a whole ecosystem, right? It happens everywhere. So, next question is, what role do parents and caregivers play in creating a supportive learning environment for young children? And how can partnership between families and early childhood educators be strengthened to promote children's success? Who wants to go first? I'm going to say it again. So, parents' roles are very, very, very important. So, what role do parents and caregivers play in creating a supportive learning environment for young children? And how can partnerships between families and the educators be strengthened to promote children's success?
So I think we all agree that the role of the parent is paramount in children's development. And we often say that the home is the first school, right? So when they come to us, they've graduated to us. Let's put it that way. So they've already garnered some information, they've learned some skills, and now they're coming to us. So we don't just cut off the first school, right? We have to have continued partnership with the first school. So the parents are important. They must be a part of the community. They must be involved in how the children are developing, what they are learning. What we ask schools to do is to make sure that they have a policy on parental involvement. So all schools, they engage their parent, they let them know that this is the policy of the school, this is your role as a parent within the school community, and they agree to it. So we know too that research shows that parents who are involved, the children are more successful learners. So they are more excited about going to school because they see the relationship between their teachers and their parents. They see that mommy or daddy or their guardian puts an emphasis on education. And so this sparks my interest as well. So parental involvement is very important, and we can foster that by keeping the parents in the loop about what is happening with their students. So yes, we monitor their progress, we document what they're doing at school, but there should be an open door policy where the parents can come and have a conversation with you about what their children are doing. They should be able to get feedback from you and to share with you too what the children are doing at home, because sometimes children at home and children at school, two different children. So I'll come as a mommy and I say, oh, he doesn't like cucumbers, please do not give that to him. Not because of allergies or anything, he just does not like cucumbers. And when he goes to school, he has the cucumbers, right? So it's good to keep that line of communication open so that we know how to meet the needs of the individual child in the classroom. It's good to also know what is happening at school. So we encourage practitioners to prepare their weekly plans and post them in the school so that when the parents come in, they can see what the children are doing. They know what themes they're exploring. They know what kind of activities these children are engaged in on a daily basis. And so they can also play a role in the projects and the assignments and reinforce the concepts that are being taught in school. So we're doing animals and we're looking at the penguin, right? How can you help the child with learning about penguins? Do we have a discussion after they come home? What did you learn at school today? Tell me about so-and-so. All right, let's watch a video together. So the parent and the home acts as reinforcement for whatever is happening in the classroom. So we want to also ensure that not just the academics, but involve the parents in other social activities that are happening within the institutions so that it gives them the opportunity to be a part of the children's development.
Thank you. I think we really need to recognize that the parents are the child's advocate. And without them pursuing their child's needs and interests, we wouldn't really understand the family dynamics. we want to educate families as well. And the first way to do that is to invite them into your program. While I'm away, at one of my centers, we're actually having a planting party on this Friday, where the parents are coming in and they're planting with their child, and then they will be able to take care of the plant with their child as well. So again, they get to understand the program and they're invited in. Educating a parent, though, is our duty, our responsibility, that when they're coming in the mornings or at the end of the day, we're talking to them with professional language. We're explaining development. When they come in and they say, oh, my child just talks all day long, and I can't get them to stop talking, our response would be, isn't that great? They're going to be a lawyer, they're going to be somebody who can problem solve, and they're going to be stepping right in to express themselves and to help other people. So you want to jump on the skills that are being developed that the parents are thinking are overwhelming, tiresome, and you want to acknowledge that. And everybody in Jamaica is a community within a community, and a lot of the educators, practitioners live in the community where they work. And sometimes it's hard to separate that relationship that you have with the family. But the more you speak professionally, the more the parents, caregivers are going to see you as that professional, right? Instead of just that person that takes care of the children down the street in that building. Isn't that great? So just really focusing on the education aspect and getting families to bring in their interests. We have program planning as well that has to be posted on a weekly basis, but when a family comes in and says, oh, you know, we ended up going camping on the weekend. Oh, that's great. Did you see any animals? Because we're talking about animals. So on our plan, we'll talk about spontaneous activities that parents have brought in, and then we're following their lead as well.
Okay, so ditto, but also what we try to do is to ensure that the home environment is an extension of the school environment, and the school environment is an extension of the home environment. So we want parents to feel like they are also habitats of the school. They can come in, they are comfortable, they are always welcome at school. And I think one of the good things that came out of COVID is that it made the parents much more aware of what was taking place at school. And so they have become more comfortable with engaging with the learning material and the ideas and the big concepts that we want the children to learn, because they see that this is something that I can do. So they are more involved now because of COVID. We have to look on our parents, because you said they are coming from that school before they reach to our school, right? So they have so much information, and we want that information. We want to know about issues they had with potty training, what milestones were missed, why don't they like fish, why don't they like to drink water. We want all of that. We want our parents to feel like they are a part of us and we are a part of them, and we want the students to know that the parents and the teachers are in cahoots. The parents are advocates, but we also want the parents to know that the teachers are advocates and their children are very important to us. So there has to be a connection between home and school. Ever so often because I guess coming out of COVID too, my teachers have grade groups in WhatsApp, and right throughout the day there will be pictures being sent from the school to the parents so that they can see exactly, know what is happening in show and tell. They know what is happening in creative activity. They are aware of what is happening at school, and so they feel a part of it. What we also do when we get new parents is that we continue our inventory, because we want to know what the parents can offer us. So one of the questions I ask them is, what can you offer us? What can you do? Are you good at PE, carpentry, cooking? We need to know. So we do an inventory of parent skills, because we want want to have a reason to call you into our school. We want to have work days when all the parents are there. We want to have social activities where parents are involved, as you said before. So just a couple days ago, we had a trip with parents and the students coming into Kingston from Portland. It was all of us. It was not just the teachers taking out the children, but parents were there and students were there, and it was a very good time.
I promise I'm going to be short. I know you don't believe me. The difficult thing about school is that everybody has gone to school, right? I mean, of course, there are a few people, but everybody has gone to school, so everybody has an opinion. Nobody goes to the dentist and says, well, when I was a dentist, I did it this way. Or when but when I went to school, we did this. And so everybody has an opinion. Now, that could be good, that could be bad, because you never know what experience these grown-ups had when they were in school. So everybody's bringing some background knowledge with them to the schools as their children or their, I like to call them grown-ups, because I once had and this was not early childhood, he was a 5th grader already, but he said, I don't invite anytime it says parents because I only have a mommy. And he thought it had to be parents. And so I started using grown-ups for that inclusivity, because some are raised by grandma and aunt, some are raised by grandpa, some are raised by foster families, but you're grown-ups, right? You're grown-ups that love you. And so really helping them understand that I understand you have experience with school, come see what we're doing now and help us. We're a team. Help us make that the best experience for your child. See, that wasn't long.
These are great strategies from these amazing ladies. Seriously, so make sure you get the parents involved, ask questions, share information with them. And sometimes teachers tend to share just what's happening, what's the child doing with challenging behaviors, something bad that is happening in the classrooms. Share when they're doing something good as well. Get them involved. Next question. What best practices can be implemented in early childhood?
Yes, I think overall, in developing a conducive learning environment, first of all, what I find to work for me is that I have to consider that the learning environment is not just a physical space, it is also a psychological space, it's an emotional space. So how am I going to facilitate my learners and cater for all of their needs in this environment? I am very big at networking and using the people around me to make my school better and to achieve the things that I might not be given the financial backing to do, but I can beg for my school with a passion. I can't beg for myself, but when it comes to begging and the networking, whether financially or getting people to come to school to help me with something, I mean, I have no shame. And as I said before, I think what has worked for us is that we have a parent inventory, and so we know the skills of our parents. Right now, I have a parent that is my cricket coach. So, and I found out that she is very good at cricket, and so I'm going to use that because none of my teachers can play cricket. I can't play cricket, but my children are very interested in it, and it has been great. And I think also we have to be flexible. As Susanna said, the environment you have this year might need to change next year or next term. So it's not laid out in stone. You have to be flexible. You have to have an open mind. You have to listen and learn every day.
I agree totally with Debbie Ann, and I also think that it comes back to what we've been talking about from the very beginning of this panel discussion. It's about positive relationships and those face-to-face interactions that you have with the children, with your colleagues, with the parents, setting up the intentional environments. We have to make sure that we're looking at the children's strengths and building on those strengths. We know that if you lead with a strength, a goal will be achieved. Right? If we focus on the negative, we're never going to get any further ahead. So always focusing on the strengths. And really just those observations. Using those observations are extremely important as well. And best practices is all about the collaboration that takes place between home and school as well, and just looking at the overall aesthetics of the program, the colleagues that you have, and what each person brings to the table.
I truly have nothing to add. That sums up everything. Partnerships are important. Getting to know your learners so that you can prepare for them, and understanding that your classroom is it's a diverse space. So you can't use a broad paintbrush approach for all the children in your classroom. You have to be intentional in everything that you do as it relates to your students, from the environment, making sure that it's prepared, making sure that it's safe, making sure that the children feel cared for, loved, accepted, nurtured, and, just taking steps to foster their care and learning as they interact with you for the time that they have.
Thank you. I think the last thing really is best practice is exactly what we're doing here. As educators, stay curious. Stay open. Once we stop learning, we need to go out of education, because we have to continue. There's research that comes out all the time. The more we know, the better we do. So stay curious and ask the right questions. How can we improve education for everybody?
Thank you so much. Ms. Thomas, do we have time for one more question? Should we wrap it up? Right on time.
Yes.
Yes.
You're right on time.
Well,
But-
thank you so much. Those are amazing questions. So please, great information that these ladies with a ton of experience, we have what, over 50,
Ye-
60,
years.
70, 80, 100 years of experience
Of
here?
experience.
5 years, right?
Yeah.
5 years, Paulo.
It's about 5 years, but it sounds like they have over 100. So great information. Please take that information, share it, ask questions, stay curious. What a great way of putting
Share
it,
it and
Susanna.
use it.
And use
Yes,
it.
in
use
our
it.
in our classroom settings. Mr. Risco, we want to take some questions from our online chat if there are any. Do we have any comments, any questions from our persons here face to face? All right. Can I ask you to just use the mic? Thank you.
Morning. I have a set of twin boys at home, right? And I've observed them and I realized that they are kinesthetic learners. They're 2-year-olds old, right? And they haven't gone into a formal setting as yet, but I have observed that they love the outdoor and they love the gravels and they love water play activities. How do I take this knowledge now to the formal setting and let these teachers and caregivers know that this is what they're interested in? They love to do hands-on activities. They're not interested in any videos or things, writing, nothing like that. They love hands-on.
I think it goes back to what I said in the very beginning about having parents be the partner, coming in and sharing what their children's likes are, so that the center, the environment can be set up for them. We also know that boys are active learners. They're not sit down on your chair and learn. So as educators, we should be aware of that. Children at the age of 2 to 3 are very sensory motor, sensory minded learners, and so look at the 5 senses of development. So when you're going into the institution, I would ask questions about that. What is it that you do in the outdoors, right? There should be learning that takes place outdoors, can happen indoors, and indoors can happen outdoors. How much time do they spend outside? Can I see the environment? You want to make sure that they're providing. And if they're really focusing on the play aspect of learning that everybody in Jamaica should be doing now, then you're going to be able to see that in action when you're there, or even looking at the program plan. but I would be going in as the parent, as being the advocate. This is what my children are engaged in. This is what they really like to do. Are you able to help facilitate that?
Okay, great. So we're getting some feedback from our online persons. So great presentation from Pauline Blake. If we create a rich environment, the children will always want to be in school, right? Primrose says socialization is very important. And Yvette says technology can be very distracting. It is good, but needs monitoring. Mrs. Crook said, this discussion is presenting such rich insights while zoning in on quality learning experiences through considering the diverse needs of all our learners in the early childhood spaces. And then finally, Jody and Bell says, creating quality learning environments is nurturing and an ecosystem that allows everyone to thrive and evolve, right? So we want our children to thrive and we want them to be productive and become responsible adults. And, so if we don't have any other questions or comments from our face-to-face persons or online, we will now wrap up, right? So just looking back at some of the things that we would have discussed, and I want to thank the panelists for sharing their knowledge on the importance of quality learning environments and programs. More often than not, we see parents placing focus on their children's academic performance and their achievements with little regard for the learning space and the environment, which is very important, and we must take note of what this and what needs to happen within these spaces. So we know now that a positive learning environment is also pivotal to the child's success. Looking at the physical space, ensuring that there's a use of technology and that is integrated into how they develop. Looking at how the desk and the furnitures and equipment are setting up and installing ramps and setting up rooms for children with special needs and so on. Recognizing and knowing that the needs of the child is also important, and ensuring that the plans and programs are created and maintained within the early childhood settings. Finally, as Ms. Salsa would have said, learning needs to be engaging, right? And having access to developmentally appropriate programs is critical, and creating an environment that keeps children engaged, integrating the technology and providing the guidance and support in growing and optimizing their fullest potential, which is what ECC stands for, our core values, right? And at the top of, for overall success, just getting the parents involved, 100%, tapping into our parent inventory, knowing the skills and utilizing the skills of our parents, collaborating between home and school, and partnership is very important. So we want to take away these very positive information, very critical to ensuring the success of quality learning environments and programs. Please ensure that you would have completed the evaluation forms. In the chat, the link would have been posted. We welcome your feedback. We want to keep you engaged. So we have our concurrent workshops that are coming up, and we want to just thank the panelists for such rich information provided today. All right, thank you so much.
This is a message from the Early Childhood Commission. Do you have a child between 0 to 2 years of age? If yes, you need to download the ECC's First 1000 Days app. It allows you to receive parenting tips, track developmental milestones, learn about the Brain Builder concept, receive relevant articles and research, plus interactive content. The First 1000 Days app, now available for download on the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
1,000 days, 24,000 hours, 1.44 million minutes. The period from conception to 2 years of age is roughly the first 1,000 days of life. And it is a time when foundations are established for health, growth, and development. However, several child development issues have impacted this foundation, such as malnutrition, poor health, and poverty. Intervention is needed now. Proper nutrition helps to promote brain development, stimulation, and protection. These are the 3 key areas of concentration. Do you really want your child to have violent and traumatic situations early in life? Do you want to aid in producing toxic stress at an early age? By 2030, we must make a significant change by decreasing poverty, ending hunger, reducing neonatal mortality, ensuring children have access to high-quality early childhood programs and services, and ending all forms of violence against children. Download the First 1000 Day app to track and manage your child's milestones. Keep up to date with critical events relating to your child, and to locate early childhood institutions and childcare facilities across the island. Let us make the first 1,000 days of life count. Today's children will become tomorrow's citizens. If we fail to give them the proper foundation for healthy and productive lives, our future will be at risk. Remember, the first 1,000 days of a child's life matter. We must ensure they are loved, protected, stimulated, and have proper nutrition. Download the First 1000 Days app today.
Hi, I'm Kadian. The Early Childhood Commission is delighted to present to you the First 1000 Days app. This app will give you access to information on the first 1000 days of your child's life. You will be able to track developmental milestones, and we will give you an opportunity to connect with parents as well as with the Early Childhood Commission. I will now give you 3 simple steps to download the app to your Android device.
Step 1. Go to the Google Play Store and search for First 1000 Days. That is 1ST1000 days. Step number 2. Open the app and sign up with an email or your Facebook or Twitter accounts. Step number 3 is the easiest of them all. Enjoy the features of this wonderful app.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission. The following is a message from the Early Childhood Commission.
This is Wayne Marshall, and I'm working with the Early Childhood Commission on the new Brain Builders Initiative, where we're focusing on the children, we're focusing on the first 1,000 days of life. That is the time span from conception to 2 years of age, and it's a time when foundations are established for health, growth, and development. We have to really focus on the kids at this stage of their development.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission. This is a message from the Early Childhood Commission. Do you have a child between 0 to 2 years of age? If yes, you need to download the ECC's First 1000 Days app. It allows you to receive parenting tips, track developmental milestones, learn about the Brain Builder concept, receive relevant articles and research, plus interactive content. The First 1000 Days app, now available for download on the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
1,000 days, 24,000 hours, 1.44 million minutes. The period from conception to 2 years of age is roughly the first 1,000 days of life. And it is a time when foundations are established for health, growth, and development. However, several child development issues have impacted this foundation, such as malnutrition, poor health, and poverty. Intervention is needed now. Proper nutrition helps to promote brain development, stimulation, and protection. These are the 3 key areas of concentration. Do you really want your child to have violent and traumatic situations early in life? Do you want to aid in producing toxic stress at an early age? By 2030, we must make a significant change by decreasing poverty, ending hunger, reducing neonatal mortality, ensuring children have access to high-quality early childhood programs and services, and ending all forms of violence against children. Download the First 1000 Day app to track and manage your child's milestones. Keep up to date with critical events relating to your child, and to locate early childhood institutions and childcare facilities across the island. Let us make the first 1,000 days of life count. Today's children will become tomorrow's citizens. If we fail to give them the proper foundation for healthy and productive lives, our future will be at risk. Remember, the first 1,000 days of a child's life matter. We must ensure they are loved, protected, stimulated, and have proper nutrition. Download the First 1000 Days app today.
Hi, I'm Kadian. The Early Childhood Commission is delighted to present to you the First 1000 Days app. This app will give you access to information on the first 1000 days of your child's life. You will be able to track developmental milestones, and we will give you an opportunity to connect with parents as well as with the Early Childhood Commission. I will now give you 3 simple steps to download the app to your Android device.
Step 1. Go to the Google Play Store and search for First 1000 Days. That is 1ST 1000 days. Step number 2. Open the app and sign up with an email or your Facebook or Twitter accounts. Step number 3 is the easiest of them all. Enjoy the features of this wonderful app.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission. The following is a message from the Early Childhood Commission.
This is Wayne Marshall, and I'm working with the Early Childhood Commission on the new Brain Builders Initiative, where we're focusing on the children, we're focusing on the first 1,000 days of life. That is the time span from conception to 2 years of age, and it's a time when foundations are established for health, growth and development. We have to really focus on the kids at this stage of their development.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission. This is a message from the Early Childhood Commission. Do you have a child between 0 to 2 years of age? If yes, you need to download the ECC's First 1000 Days app. It allows you to receive parenting tips, track developmental milestones, learn about the Brain Builder concept, receive relevant articles and research, plus interactive content. The First 1000 Days app, now available for download on the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
1,000 days, 24,000 hours, 1.44 million minutes. The period from conception to 2 years of age is roughly the first 1,000 days of life. And it is a time when foundations are established for health, growth and development. However, several child development issues have impacted this foundation, such as malnutrition, poor health and poverty. Intervention is needed now. Proper nutrition helps to promote brain development, stimulation and protection. These are the 3 key areas of concentration. Do you really want your child to have violent and traumatic situations early in life? Do you want to aid in producing toxic stress at an early age? By 2030, we must make a significant change by decreasing poverty, ending hunger, reducing neonatal mortality, ensuring children have access to high-quality early childhood programs and services, and ending all forms of violence against children. Download the First 1000 Day app to track and manage your child's milestones. Keep up to date with critical events relating to your child, and to locate early childhood institutions and childcare facilities across the island. Let us make the first 1,000 days of life count. Today's children will become tomorrow's citizens. If we fail to give them the proper foundation for healthy and productive lives, our future will be at risk. Remember, the first 1,000 days of a child's life matter. We must ensure they are loved, protected, stimulated, and have proper nutrition. Download the First 1000 Days app today.
Hi, I'm Gideon. The Early Childhood Commission is delighted to present to you the First 1000 Days app. This app will give you access to information on the first 1000 days of your child's life. You will be able to track developmental milestones, and we will give you an opportunity to connect with parents as well as with the Early Childhood Commission. I will now give you 3 simple steps to download the app to your Android device.
Step 1. Go to the Google Play Store and search for First 1000 Days. That is 1ST 1000 days. Step number 2. Open the app and sign up with an email or your Facebook or Twitter accounts. Step number 3 is the easiest of them all. Enjoy the features of this wonderful app.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission. The following is a message from the Early Childhood Commission.
This is Wayne Marshall, and I'm working with the Early Childhood Commission on the new Brain Builders Initiative, where we're focusing on the children, we're focusing on the first 1,000 days of life. That is the time span from conception to 2 years of age, and it's a time when foundations are established for health, growth and development. We have to really focus on the kids at this stage of their development.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission. This is a message from the Early Childhood Commission. Do you have a child between 0 to 2 years of age? If yes, you need to download the ECC's First 1000 Days app. It allows you to receive parenting tips, track developmental milestones, learn about the Brain Builder concept, receive relevant articles and research, plus interactive content. The First 1000 Days app, now available for download on the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
1,000 days, 24,000 hours, 1.44 million minutes. The period from conception to 2 years of age is roughly the first 1,000 days of life. And it is a time when foundations are established for health, growth, and development. However, several child development issues have impacted this foundation, such as malnutrition, poor health, and poverty. Intervention is needed now. Proper nutrition helps to promote brain development, stimulation, and protection. These are the 3 key areas of concentration. Do you really want your child to have violent and traumatic situations early in life? Do you want to aid in producing toxic stress at an early age? By 2030, we must make a significant change by decreasing poverty, ending hunger, reducing neonatal mortality, ensuring children have access to high-quality early childhood programs and services, and ending all forms of violence against children. Download the First 1000 Day app to track and manage your child's milestones. Keep up to date with critical events relating to your child, and to locate early childhood institutions and childcare facilities across the island. Let us make the first 1,000 days of life count. Today's children will become tomorrow's citizens. If we fail to give them the proper foundation for healthy and productive lives, our future will be at risk. Remember, the first 1,000 days of a child's life matter. We must ensure they are loved, protected, stimulated, and have proper nutrition. Download the First 1000 Days app today.
Hi, I'm Gideon. The Early Childhood Commission is delighted to present to you the First 1000 Days app. This app will give you access to information on the first 1000 days of your child's life. You will be able to track developmental milestones, and we will give you an opportunity to connect with parents as well as with the Early Childhood Commission. I will now give you 3 simple steps to download the app to your Android device.
Step 1. Go to the Google Play Store and search for First 1000 Days. That is 1ST 1000 days. Step number 2. Open the app and sign up with an email or your Facebook or Twitter accounts. Step number 3 is the easiest of them all. Enjoy the features of this wonderful app.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission. The following is a message from the Early Childhood Commission.
This is Wayne Marshall, and I'm working with the Early Childhood Commission on the new Brain Builders Initiative, where we're focusing on the children, we're focusing on the first 1,000 days of life. That is the time span from conception to 2 years of age. And it's a time when foundations are established for health, growth, and development. We have to really focus on the kids at this stage of their development.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission. This is a message from the Early Childhood Commission. Do you have a child between 0 to 2 years of age? If yes, you need to download the ECC's First 1000 Days app. It allows you to receive parenting tips, track developmental milestones, learn about the Brain Builder concept, receive relevant articles and research, plus interactive content. The First 1000 Days app, now available for download on the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
1,000 days, 24,000 hours, 1.44 million minutes. The period from conception to 2 years of age is roughly the first 1,000 days of life. And it is a time when foundations are established for health, growth, and development. However, several child development issues have impacted this foundation, such as malnutrition, poor health, and poverty. Intervention is needed now. Proper nutrition helps to promote brain development, stimulation, and protection. These are the 3 key areas of concentration. Do you really want your child to have violent and traumatic situations early in life? Do you want to aid in producing toxic stress at an early age? By 2030, we must make a significant change by decreasing poverty, ending hunger, reducing neonatal mortality, ensuring children have access to high-quality early childhood programs and services, and ending all forms of violence against children. Download the First 1000 Day app to track and manage your child's milestones. Keep up to date with critical events relating to your child, and locate early childhood institutions and childcare facilities across the island. Let us make the first 1,000 days of life count. Today's children will become tomorrow's citizens. If we fail to give them the proper foundation for healthy and productive lives, our future will be at risk. Remember, the first 1,000 days of a child's life matter. We must ensure they are loved, protected, stimulated, and have proper nutrition. Download the First 1000 Days app today.
Hi, I'm Kadian. The Early Childhood Commission is delighted to present to you the First 1000 Days app. This app will give you access to information on the first 1000 days of your child's life. You will be able to track developmental milestones, and we will give you an opportunity to connect with parents as well as with the Early Childhood Commission. I will now give you 3 simple steps to download the app to your Android device.
Step 1. Go to the Google Play Store and search for First 1000 Days. That is 1ST1000 days. Step number 2. Open the app and sign up with an email or your Facebook or Twitter accounts. Step number 3 is the easiest of them all. Enjoy the features of this wonderful app.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission.
Welcome back. This is supporting learning through play for children birth to 2 years old. My name is Karen Thomas. I'll be the moderator for this track. Our presenter, Mrs. Tiffany Grant Smith. She hails from the parish of Hanover. She is the first of 3 daughters of Carol Lowe Grant. She attended the Cocoon Basic School, Lucy Preparatory School for the first pre-years of her life, and she lived in the community of Dias for the most part of her life. She completed her teacher training at Sam Sharp Teachers College, where she pursued a course in primary education with an elective in advanced reading, and the principal, Mrs. Campbell, was one of her lecturers. Upon leaving the college, she commenced a professional life at Esher Primary School, where she taught grade 6 for 8 years. She rose to the following positions of acting senior teacher, 3, grade 6 coordinator, mentor for young teachers, and teacher in charge of all schools competitions. In January 2000, she continued her educational quest and enrolled at Easton, Connecticut State University, where she studied sociology and applied social relations, obtaining summa cum laude. On April 1st, 2007, she embarked on a new journey as an education officer for Region 1. In the early childhood unit, this lasted for 3 years due to the abolishment of the position. In June 2010, she retired from the Ministry of Education. In September 2009, in a bid to satisfy her need for learning, she also pursued a Master's of Science degree in Educational Leadership at Central Connecticut State University. In September 2011, she became the first principal of Hanover Pre- and Preparatory School, formerly Lucy Preparatory. Currently, she is an education officer in the Ministry of Education Youth, Region 4. Mrs. Grant Smith believes in giving service, and thus she has served as secretary, treasurer, youth minister, and Deanery Youth Coordinator in the Anglican Church. She teaches liturgical dance, and she was the recipient of a dance scholarship at the prestigious Boston College in USA in 2010. As an educator, she strongly believes that every child comes to school with an unlit candle and with the expectancy that the teacher will light this candle for him or her. I am the candle lighter, she says, and every effort must be made to light our children candles. She also believes in the words of Martin Luther King. It is never the wrong time to do the right thing. This means she is always in pursuit of getting it right in her personal life and also in her professional life. Now, supporting learning through play. Let's look at the description. Young children naturally explore and learn many skills through play. Play is a fun and meaningful way to learn. It enables children to learn at their own level and pace while making connections. Play allows children opportunity to develop cognitive, physical, communication, and other skills. Mrs. Grant-Smith will discuss these and other elements of play for children birth to 2 years, as well as share best practices for supporting these children as they play and learn. During the session, I'm going to ask that we hold our questions to the end of the session, and also for our persons joining us online, we thank you for being here. And please remember to type your questions and comments in the chat. I now hand over to Mrs. Grant-Smith.
Thank you very much for that introduction. So we are ready and raring to go. How do we support learning through play for children from birth to 2 years old? And we're going on a journey today, right? So just join with me. As you'd have learned earlier from the moderator, the objective of the workshop or the session today is to provide every participant with knowledge and skills and best practices and strategies to effectively support and facilitate learning through play for children aged birth to 2 years old. Now let's break it down a little bit more. One, what will we do? So we are going to learn about how young children naturally explore and learn many skills through play, right? Two, play is a fun and meaningful way to learn. It enables children to learn at their own pace and their level while making the connections that they need to. Three, play allows children opportunities to develop cognitive, physical, communication, and other skills. So today, I will discuss with you these and other elements of play for children birth to 2 years, as well as look at some best practices in Jamaica. Before we delve into supporting play, we definitely need to understand how do we develop a sense of self among children. So a sense of self speaks to the development of sense of who we are as individuals. And can you believe these children, as soon as they're born, they are developing their own sense of self. So this development of self begins the moment they are born. And it continues to grow as all of us interact with our children. And as we play with them, their sense of self develops. Where will this take us? So each time a child, a baby, is being held, spoken to, played with, smiled at, guess what? They develop a sense of who they are and how others view them. You see? So it is important that we all support this play so that children can develop their own sense of self and their self-esteem will not be eroded, right? And we want to create we want to develop children who are great citizens. And we have to foster this sense of self as early as possible. Now, this morning, we're going to look at a little case study, right? So here, Daniel is a 20-month-old toddler. He enjoys exploring, playing with a variety of toys. And I'm sure many of you know a little Daniel or a Daniela who likes playing with a variety of toys. Now, Daniel enjoys his rattles, his soft plastic blocks, his stuffed animals, his books made of cloth and plastic. And whenever Daniel's dad would join him on the floor, they would engage in playful interactions with the toys. So one of Daniel's favorite activities is emptying the entire basket and placing it on his head. And I'm sure those of you who are online and our parents would know that this is a game that the children they play over and over again. They would have their toys in a basket or a pan, whatever you may have, and they would fill it with the toys, and then it would be a joy for them to empty the pan. So this is what Daniel was up to, right? So during playtime, Daniel finds joy in shaking the rattles and building towers. And, he was so enthused. His attention span, though, was very short, would last probably 4 or 5 minutes. But Daniel would continue. He likes to play the rings on the stacking post or add more blocks to his stack. Now, if I were there in person, I would ask you some questions. But I'm going to ask the questions and you're going to think about them too. How does Daniel benefit from shaking the rattles and listening to the different sounds? Right? We will see a baby just shaking rattle and we're wondering, what is that doing? That is too much noise, man. Put that down. But here we're going to find out what benefit that has for Daniel. 2, what skills does Daniel develop when he stacks the blocks? How does Daniel's play contribute to his overall cognitive and motor development? We're going to think about all of that. All right. And I have some answers for you. 1, when Daniel plays with the rattles, he discovers the different sounds. And here, Daniel is learning different sounds, how to differentiate between a soft sound, a loud sound, a banging sound, right? So this is helping him now to be able to develop the listening skills. Wherein listening skills are important when for learning to read. So if he develops this kind of skill at this point, when he is at primary school, when he's at basic school, he'll be able to listen to different sounds, letter sounds, and he'll be able to detect, to say, oh, that's a different sound. B sound different from P. So this is helping Daniel to learn different sounds. Secondly, he also demonstrates problem solving skills. So when he was stacking up the post, he knew if I place this block there, it may fall. So he was not learning how to problem solve. We're in everything in life, we have to learn how to solve problems. Everything in life needs problem solving. Now, Daniel also, his experiences supported his cognitive and motor development because here his fingers are moving, and so he was developing his gross motor skills. And of course, cognitively, he was thinking, problem solving. So all of those were taken care of. Through play, he explored various sensory stimuli. He developed fine motor skills and he engaged in problem solving tasks. Now, his parents and caregivers, they all fostered this kind of overall development for Daniel. Isn't that amazing? Yes, it is amazing. Now, today, I'm going to show you just a video with the stages of play for children who are 0 to 2 years.
So does that mean that you must get booklets? Yes. Then where does that
And parallel play 2 to 8 years. Now, what does research say about supporting play? Now, in a study in Jamaica, UNICEF would have come in and do a lot of studies with early development in the basic schools, with parents, and one of the studies show that poor toddlers with stunted growth, once they were visited for an hour by health workers who engaged them in learning through play and worked with their mothers and supported playing, what they have realized is that after 20 years, they realized that, guess what? These children benefited tremendously from the program because it would have reduced inequality among them, and they have all developed in terms of their cognitive development, their physical development, and their social development. All because learning through play was instituted by the researcher. So do you see the importance of learning through play? Let us see it. Let us look again what other research says. Now,
Mrs. Grantsmith?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. While you were going through showing your video and going through the different stages, right? The music was playing and you were talking at the same time. So would you be able to go back through, just tell us about the different stages? Without playing the video, just tell us about the different stages.
Okay, all right, great. So
thank you.
You're welcome. So for the first stage, from 0 to 3 months, you have the unoccupied play. And there, the child is just moving his or her hand and moving the body parts. So that's a movement where it's unoccupied. They're not playing with anybody else, they're just moving. And this is excellent for them. When you look at the onlooker, not the onlooker, the solitary play that would have started now, that would have started after 0 to 3 months. Solitary play where the child is now playing by him or herself. And that I'm sure all of you would have seen great examples of that. If you have had a child, you'd have seen how a child just love to play just by him or herself. So the content is just everything there is just alone. So that is also very good. And guess what? This does not only stop at 1 year old or 18 months. It doesn't stop there. It continues because even older children, you will notice some of them still like solitary play, right? Then we look at the onlooker. Now the onlooker is a child who is going to sit and just watch another child play, right? And that happens at 2 years old. And then the parallel play now, that's when the two children, they are playing alongside each other. So they are watching, they are seeing what each other is doing, and they continue their own play. And definitely, this is something that continues. It continues into their whole childhood development. And these forms of play actually help them to develop their own sense of self, right? And also help them to develop cognitively, physically, socially, emotionally, and even help them with communication. So what does research say? When I looked at about 16 studies that measure developmental outcomes, in those studies, the researcher identified that the learning through play programs significantly improve child development. So in countries such as Bangladesh, you could have seen children improving in language and motor skills. In countries such as Antigua, one of our neighbors, Colombia, China, Ethiopia, India, and of course, Jamaica is still there. I shared that with you earlier. St. Lucia, Uganda, all proved that when children are introduced to play, that it actually helps them in developing their cognition, their communication skills, their social emotional skills, and also it also helps them physically. Now, all these research that were done, they were then tested again 20 years later. They were then tested 20 years later. And guess what? These studies proved that all the participants benefited tremendously by the whole inclusion of learning through play. So you see, it is important, it's imperative that we continue to stimulate our children. It is important that we start a campaign that, listen, 0 to 2 years, 2 years old, we actually need to get our parents understanding, our caregivers understanding that, listen, we have to smile with the child, we have to play with the child, we have to talk to the child, we have to engage the children in activities so that they will learn vicariously these kinds of skills. Now, we have been talking about play, and we know what Montessori said, that play is a child's work, right? Play is the work of a child. And we would have also known that through Montessori, many other research would have been done and would have proven too that children actually learn through their playing activities. So here, playing helps the young child's brain to develop. They develop language and communication skills to mature. Have you ever watched a baby playing with another child? So probably the child is speaking to the baby, and if you really stand to observe, you will see that baby trying to talk to. Right. Recently, I was observing my niece, who is about 3 months old, and her little brother was speaking to her, and she was all the way talking. I don't know what she wanted to say, at 3 months old, but she was there smiling and moving her head, moving her hands. And I tell you, I was saying to her mother, you see, this is so good for her, because her brother was speaking to her. No, she wanted to imitate at only 3 months old. Benefits of play. So the first years of life shape a child's future into adulthood. Do you believe me? The first year of life. I read a study that said a child was placed in the habitat of a monkey. And the child was placed there probably at the age 2. And you know what? The child developed all the habits of the monkey. The child would not speak. The child would have made the sounds of the monkey. The child would be climbing like the monkey, right? And so that study shows that whatever the habitat is, whatever habitat a child is in, then they will definitely learn from whoever, because that was an animal that they are learning from. That the learning experiences that they gather at an early age, it really shapes their future into adulthood. So this is why it is important for us to support play at the early stage of a child's life. Now, when we talk about supporting play, the organ that we have to talk about is the brain, right? Brain development happens during this time. So we want to start the children right to make them bright, right? So in the first 2 years of life, a lot of brain development is happening. And so we want to have children who are great in every single aspect of their life. So when children lack play and communication, that is understimulation. And all of that can have a long-term negative consequence on the child's learning and on the child's mental health, right? And we are now big on mental health. And so we have to get it right so that the amount of monies that we have to spend on so many areas in health, that we can eradicate that just by getting it right with our children. So 80% of the brain is completely developed by age 3 and 90% by age 5. So you know what that means? It therefore means that from 0 to 2 years old, we have to get it right. We have to get that right. We have to ensure that our children are stimulated well so that they can learn the different skills vicariously. From birth until they turn 2, children are in what the famous developmental researcher Jean Piaget calls the sensory motor period. And when we talk about sensory motor, we're talking about the senses, the seeing and the hearing and the touching and the all of that, the feeling. So during this time, children use their senses and actions to learn and grow. This period begins with basic reflexes and advances through a series of stages to complex sensory and motor skills and early symbolic thoughts, right? And I have another video here for you. Let's see how this one works.
Piaget's theory argues that we have to conquer 4 stages of cognitive development. First, the sensory motor stage. Second, the pre-operational stage. Third, the concrete operational stage. And fourth, the formal operational stage. Only once we have gone through all the stages, at what age can vary, we are able to reach full human intelligence. 1. The sensory motor stage, ages birth to 2. In the sensory motor stage, we develop through experiences and movement our 5 senses. Our brain wants to see, hear, smell, taste and touch as much as possible. First, we start with simple reflexes, and soon after we develop our first habits. From 4 months old, we become aware of things beyond our own body, and then as we get older, we learn to do things intentionally. A key milestone is the development of working memory, or in Piaget terms, our realization of object permanence. Before that, our mum can show and then hide a teddy, and we would think it's gone. After, we understand that objects continue to exist even when we can't see them. We start becoming curious about everything. We want to smell flowers, taste food, listen to sounds, and talk to strangers. To explore more, we move. We learn to sit, crawl, stand, walk, and even to run. This increased physical mobility consequently leads to increased cognitive development. But we remain egocentric, meaning we can perceive the world only from our own point of view. 2. The pre-operational stage, ages 2 to 7. Our thinking is mainly categorized through symbolic functions and intuitive thoughts. We have lots of fantasies and believe objects are alive. As we are not able to apply specific cognitive operations, Piaget calls this stage pre-operational. We learn to speak and understand that words, images, and gestures are symbols for something else. When we draw our family, we are not...
Yes. So by the end, I'm sure you would have learned a lot from that video. So by the end of the sensory motor period, between 18 to 24 months, your child learns that he or she is separate from the environment and that objects continue to exist even when they are not perceivable. Object permanence. At this age, your toddler is developing mental representation, creating and storing mental images. In other benefits of early stimulation, 1, it increases creativity and curiosity through observation and interaction with the environment. So here, the child is actually becoming observant. The child creates his own ideas just by using his senses. 2, promote psychomotor skills such as movement, coordination, balance. Have you ever seen how a child, you give a child a toy, right? And the child who has not learned the walking skill will move towards it, right? Will crawl, will move on his or her tummy, will push his feet just to get that toy or that thing that he or she likes. And so those are the activities that really promote movement, coordination, and balance. Play also improves concentration and memory capacity. So, for example, you do peekaboo with your child. That's one of the games that all children really do love. And once you play the peekaboo, they are there just wanting to continue to play, want to continue to find where did that object go? Is that object still there with me? Right. So it improves concentration and memory. Early stimulation also allows them to interpret people's reaction. Yes, true. They will understand people's reaction and context. They know when to stop. They know who to play with. Have you ever noticed that? That children, even who are 2, they know when to stop playing. They know who to play with. They know whose things to pull. They know who they can get away with. So they do understand. Secondly, it strengthens their social and relational skills, such as their little self-esteem. Because remember how I began? I said, at this stage, they are developing their sense of self, which is very important. They understand empathy, and they understand too the ability to make their own decision. So, have you been sold on it? Children definitely need to be supported through playing and learning skills. Early stimulation. Early childhood stimulation is essential for brain development. So in order for the brain to be developed, remember, by 3 years old, we have 80% of the brain already developed. And in order for the brain to be developed, then the stimulation has to take place. 2, it helps your child or your baby to reach the developmental milestones faster. And also, they have better muscle regulation and have good motor coordination. Have you noticed a baby who is always playing with toys? Do you notice what happens? Sometimes that baby is so developed that everybody's wondering, oh Lord, this baby is walking already. This baby is doing this already. Why? Because the child has been stimulated at an early age. And this is what we want for our children, our Jamaican children. We want them to be stimulated in such a way that they develop so well, right? They develop so well. So by the time they reach primary school, they are ready and raring to go. The set of actions and exercises done at an early age aims the development of the child's abilities, whether motor, language, cognitive, social, or emotional ones. So if you have a baby at home and you don't talk to the baby, you don't play with the baby, you don't smile at the baby, all you do is feed the baby, that baby is not developed, will not develop well. Right? So we want babies who are observant, who are curious. They want to find out what's happening over there. What mommy's always on the phone. I want to see the phone. Right? You notice how babies love to look at your phones. Yes, because they have a curious mind, right? We want them to be creative and we want them to adapt to their environments. And we want to reinforce verbal communication and social interactions. We understand the importance of that even now than ever. Studies have also shown that babies need to be exposed to rich and complex environments for optimal brain health and potential. So we understand that already. I've already gone through that. Exposure to new sites, right? So for example, you could play different genre of music for the children so that they understand. They are there learning different sounds, low sound, soft sound, high sound, low, medium sounds, right? You take them out on different little trips so they understand, okay, they are going out into the park, and or they understand, oh, this is a tree, these are flowers, these are animals. Take them out, let them know different forms of environmental experiences. So in doing so, you are heightening their sensory experiences. You're heightening their sensory experiences. And I can tell you an example with my nephew. During the period of about a year to 2 years, or 0 to 2 years, we engaged him in classical music. And so every time he would take a nap, what we did, we actually played classical music for him. And I tell you, it has developed him into such a beautiful young man, right? The study at that time said that once you expose children to like classical music, they'll be very good in their mathematics skills. And I can tell you, he is a mathematician. Yes, he is a mathematician. When he did his PEP 6, he got 100% on the abilities test. And that is just how, because of all the interactions that he had during his early stage, we would actually ensure that we expose him to lots and lots of environments. I mean, good, positive environments where you would take him to the zoo even as young as he was, so that he can see and become excited and know things, right? And his sensory experience has allowed him today to be a young man who has been well developed. And so that is one of my proof to show that early stimulation really develops children cognitive skills, communication skills, their physical skills, social and emotional skills. And again, we can't just, the interactions that the children have cannot be underscored. Trust me, every interaction that a child has contributes to the development of the child. Every interaction. And so we all have to be very careful about who is around our child, where we take our children at that very young stage. Even though many of us will say, oh, they don't know anything, nothing is happening to them. No. Every interaction contributes to the development of the child's sense of self. So we want to allow them to play in such a way where it is kind environment. It's free and easy. It's easy for them to try to do it, to be themselves, so that they will learn much more. Now, the healthy development of self, sense of self, impacts upon all the aspects of a child's life, and it will continue to play the major role as he or she matures. Every interaction, my colleagues, plays a vital role. So we're encouraging that children 0 to 2 years old, that they're helped, that they learn how to love, that they learn how to play, that we observe them in their different types of play, whether they're unoccupied play, whether they're solitary play, whether they're parallel play, whether they're onlooker play. We want to ensure that we are observing them. And while observing the children, it would also be very good if we can just try to identify what the child has learned through play. Once we are able to identify how play impacts the child positively, we will continue to tell everybody. We'll continue to put the children in that atmosphere where play becomes the important factor. Parents, we have to encourage our parents. We have to encourage them. We have to launch some public education for our parents, because we want to let them know, listen, you are your child's first playmates. You are your child's first playmate. Play with your child. Play with your child. Right? And it's also good for the parent too, because guess what? It gives you some form of physical exercise. It also takes away a little stress away from you when you play with your child. And so, you see the benefits, it's a win-win. There's no losing here when parents play with their children. How can we get it right? First, we have to create the environment. No, listen, you don't need a lot of money to create the environment. Nobody's saying go out and buy the most expensive toys. No. But definitely there are some toys that you will need for your child. You need sensory toys. You can make some of those toys, right? Once they are safe for the children. So you know now, 0 to 2 years old, we are enhancing the children's sensory skills, right? And so all the senses that you know of, the 5 senses, identify toys that are safe, that you can actually use with those children, with your children, so that you understand, listen, this is to help them to develop how to distinguish auditory skills. This is to develop their visual skills. This is to develop their feeling skills, their tactile skills, right? So they will understand, okay, when I feel this is hard or this is soft, but we are developing the skills. Smell, yes, man. Allow the children to develop their skills in terms of smell. What is smelling sweet, or what is a foul smell? Let them understand right? So we have to create that kind of environment. And of course, we can make those simple toys for our children. So another time, I'll come back to assist you in making toys to develop the sensory skills of the children. How can we get it right? Music, right? Music, songs, help them to develop their auditory skills. Peekaboo for babies' social and emotional development. Gentle tickles or objects with different textures to develop the sense of touch. Experiment with things like feathers and mud and metal and paint and foam with your child and let them react to these kinds of materials that you may have at home, right? So we can get it right. We can get it right. Many, many parents have not made right. Many, many caregivers, schools, daycare centers have gotten it right. So let us continue to ensure that we get it right. We can also allow them to look at different objects of different sizes, different colors, different shapes, encourage them to grasp and reach for these kinds of stuff. Yes, man. Allow them to do that, to reach, right? Allow them to reach for these things, allow them to find, to work their own, make their own decision on how am I going to get that toy that I like? How am I going to get mommy's phone that mommy placed on the floor? Yes, that's a way of stimulating your child. You can get balls and boxes so that your child can crawl and stand and walk. And of course, regular tummy time and floor play, that's very important for the children. Regular tummy time. Please allow them to have their regular tummy time because this also is a great way of helping them to develop physically and of course cognitively too, because guess what? When you put a toy in front of a child who is on his or her tummy, trust me, they are coming up with the idea of how to get to it. And you know, that alone should tell us the importance of play to learning. And I say stimulate the brain. Stimulate the brain. Have all the senses working. Start them right. We can. And this little boy is saying, yeah, man, caregivers, we've got this. Parents, we've got this. We are going to ensure that we play with children. And see, this little one is depending on you, depending on me, right? Because he's already saying, we've got this. So I thank you so very much. And over to my moderator.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Grant White. A wealth of knowledge. Thank you so much for sharing. Do we have any questions? Any comments? No? Do we have any questions? Okay. Okay, so we have a question from the chat, from our online participants. So Paulette is asking, do you have cooperative play at any of these stages?
Please repeat.
Do you have cooperative play at any of these stages?
Do I have a?
Cooperative play. So the stages that you would have, mentioned, Paulette is asking if you have cooperative play at any of those stages.
Oh, no. I don't have cooperative play at any of those stages. But we know that there are many other types of play, but I look specifically at those types of play that spoke to the children at 0 to 2 years old. But cooperative play at that stage is not, we would not have much of cooperative play from 0 to 2
To
years
two.
old. Right,
Okay.
yes. But
So
definitely, cooperative play is another type of play that our children engage in.
okay, thank you so much for that. All right, so we have some other comments. One comment was, we must get rid of the mindset that playing is idleness and just a waste of time, right? Another from Marcia says, play is a child's work, right?
Excellent.
Vanessa Nation says, shaking rattles and listening to these sounds promote early brain development,
Yes.
right? And Danielle says, peekaboo is great for object permanence, but she
Yes.
thinks that it also helps them to see and understand facial emotions, happiness, laughter, surprise, and even disapproval.
Yes. Yes.
So those are
Yes.
some of the
Yes, ma'am.
comments from the chat.
And she is so correct. She's so correct. We could spend all day here discussing all the benefits that these children from 0 to 2 would have learned through playing. Yes, so I thank you, Miss, and I thank you to the participants who have commented.
Thank you so much. All right, so the first years of life shape a child's future into adulthood, right? Well said by Mrs. Grant Smith. Some key points to take away from the session. Play is key to a child's learning development and well-being, right? Variety in play is important because it helps with all areas of children's development. As children grow, the way they play changes, and we could have seen where Mrs. Grant White would have shared the different stages and what occurs during the different stages. Early stimulation, some benefits of this increase in creativity and curiosity throughout observation and interaction with the environment. And it promotes psychomotor skills, movement, coordination, balance. You want to comment? Hold on, we're taking the mic to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I was just adding to what you said. You were talking about benefits of the early stimulation, and you were listing them, and I was just adding that it allows children to concentrate as well.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you for adding to that. So those were some of the things coming out from the session, and we thank Mrs. Grant White for sharing with us and imparting her knowledge, and looking forward to that session where she can come face to face to engage us some more, right? We would love that. All right, so we are over time and we want to break for lunch. But before we do, please ensure that you complete the evaluation forms and would have signed the register. If we don't have any other questions, we can end. We resume at 1 o'clock, so we break for lunch. All right, thank you so much, Mrs. Grant White.
Yes. Have a good rest of the day.
Thank you. Same to you. we're not able to give away for the persons online. So I have a few questions, right? Who can tell me the title of this session?
The following is a message from the Early Childhood Commission.
This is Wayne Marshall, and I'm working with the Early Childhood Commission on the new Brain Builders Initiative, where we're focusing on the children, we're focusing on the first 1,000 days of life. That is the time span from conception to 2 years of age. And it's a time when foundations are established for health, growth, and development. We have to really focus on the kids at this stage of their development.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission. This is a message from the Early Childhood Commission. Do you have a child between 0 to 2 years of age? If yes, you need to download the ECC's First 1000 Days app. It allows you to receive parenting tips, track developmental milestones, learn about the Brain Builder concept, receive relevant articles and research, plus interactive content. The First 1000 Days app, now available for download on the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
1,000 days, 24,000 hours, 1.44 million minutes. The period from conception to 2 years of age is roughly the first 1,000 days of life. And it is a time when foundations are established for health, growth, and development. However, several child development issues have impacted this foundation, such as malnutrition, poor health, and poverty. Intervention is needed now. Proper nutrition helps to promote brain development, stimulation, and protection. These are the 3 key areas of concentration. Do you really want your child to have violent and traumatic situations early in life? Do you want to aid in producing toxic stress at an early age? By 2030, we must make a significant change by decreasing poverty, ending hunger, reducing neonatal mortality, ensuring children have access to high-quality early childhood programs and services, and ending all forms of violence against children. Download the First 1000-Day app to track and manage your child's milestones. Keep up to date with critical events relating to your child, and to locate early childhood institutions and childcare facilities across the island. Let us make the first 1,000 days of life count. Today's children will become tomorrow's citizens. If we fail to give them the proper foundation for healthy and productive lives, our future will be at risk. Remember, the first 1,000 days of a child's life matter. We must ensure they are loved, protected, stimulated, and have proper nutrition. Download the First 1000 Days app today.
Hi, I'm Kadian. The Early Childhood Commission is delighted to present to you the First 1000 Days app. This app will give you access to information on the first 1000 days of your child's life. You will be able to track developmental milestones, and we will give you an opportunity to connect with parents as well as with the Early Childhood Commission. I will now give you 3 simple steps to download the app to your Android device.
Step 1. Go to the Google Play Store and search for First 1000 Days. That is 1ST 1000 days. Step number 2. Open the app and sign up with an email or your Facebook or Twitter accounts. Step number 3 is the easiest of them all. Enjoy the features of this wonderful app.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission. The following is a message from the Early Childhood Commission.
This is Wayne Marshall, and I'm working with the Early Childhood Commission on the new Brain Builders Initiative, where we're focusing on the children, we're focusing on the first 1,000 days of life. That is the time span from conception to 2 years of age. And it's a time when foundations are established for health, growth, and development. We have to really focus on the kids at this stage of their development.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission. This is a message from the Early Childhood Commission. Do you have a child between 0 to 2 years of age? If yes, you need to download the ECC's First 1000 Days app. It allows you to receive parenting tips, track developmental milestones, learn about the Brain Builder concept, receive relevant articles and research, plus interactive content. The First 1000 Days app, now available for download on the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
1,000 days, 24,000 hours, 1.44 million minutes. The period from conception to 2 years of age is roughly the first 1,000 days of life. And it is a time when foundations are established for health, growth, and development. However, several child development issues have impacted this foundation, such as malnutrition, poor health, and poverty. Intervention is needed now. Proper nutrition helps to promote brain development, stimulation, and protection. These are the 3 key areas of concentration. Do you really want your child to have violent and traumatic situations early in life? Do you want to aid in producing toxic stress at an early age? By 2030, we must make a significant change by decreasing poverty, ending hunger, reducing neonatal mortality, ensuring children have access to high-quality early childhood programs and services, and ending all forms of violence against children. Download the First 1000-Day app to track and manage your child's milestones. Keep up to date with critical events relating to your child, and to locate early childhood institutions and childcare facilities across the island. Let us make the first 1,000 days of life count. Today's children will become tomorrow's citizens. If we fail to give them the proper foundation for healthy and productive lives, our future will be at risk. Remember, the first 1,000 days of a child's life matter. We must ensure they are loved, protected, stimulated, and have proper nutrition. Download the First 1000 Days app today.
Hi, I'm Gideon. The Early Childhood Commission is delighted to present to you the First 1000 Days app. This app will give you access to information on the first 1000 days of your child's life. You will be able to track developmental milestones, and we will give you an opportunity to connect with parents as well as with the Early Childhood Commission. I will now give you 3 simple steps to download the app to your Android device.
Step 1. Go to the Google Play Store and search for First 1000 Days. That is 1ST 1000 days. Step number 2. Open the app and sign up with an email or your Facebook or Twitter accounts. Step number 3 is the easiest of them all. Enjoy the features of this wonderful app.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission. The following is a message from the Early Childhood Commission.
This is Wayne Marshall, and I'm working with the Early Childhood Commission on the new Brain Builders Initiative, where we're focusing on the children, we're focusing on the first 1,000 days of life. That is the time span from conception to 2 years of age. And it's a time when foundations are established for health, growth, and development. We have to really focus on the kids at this stage of their development.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission. This is a message from the Early Childhood Commission. Do you have a child between 0 to 2 years of age? If yes, you need to download the ECC's First 1000 Days app. It allows you to receive parenting tips, track developmental milestones, learn about the Brain Builder concept, receive relevant articles and research, plus interactive content. The First 1000 Days app, now available for download on the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
1,000 days, 24,000 hours, 1.44 million minutes. The period from conception to 2 years of age is roughly the first 1,000 days of life. And it is a time when foundations are established for health, growth, and development. However, several child development issues have impacted this foundation, such as malnutrition, poor health, and poverty. Intervention is needed now. Proper nutrition helps to promote brain development, stimulation, and protection. These are the 3 key areas of concentration. Do you really want your child to have violent and traumatic situations early in life? Do you want to aid in producing toxic stress at an early age? By 2030, we must make a significant change by decreasing poverty, ending hunger, reducing neonatal mortality, ensuring children have access to high-quality early childhood programs and services, and ending all forms of violence against children. Download the First 1000 Day app to track and manage your child's milestones. Keep up to date. With critical events relating to your child, and to locate early childhood institutions and childcare facilities across the island. Let us make the first 1,000 days of life count. Today's children will become tomorrow's citizens. If we fail to give them the proper foundation for healthy and productive lives, our future will be at risk. Remember, the first 1,000 days of a child's life matter. We must ensure they are loved, protected, stimulated, and have proper nutrition. Download the First 1000 Days app today.
Hi, I'm Kadian. The Early Childhood Commission is delighted to present to you the First 1000 Days app. This app will give you access to information on the first 1000 days of your child's life. You will be able Opportunity to connect with parents as well as with the Early Childhood Commission. I will now give you 3 simple steps to download the app to your Android device.
Step 1. Go to the Google Play Store and search for First 1000 Days. That is 1ST1000 days. Step number 2. Open the app and sign up with an email or your Facebook or Twitter accounts. Step number 3 is the easiest of them all. Enjoy the features of this wonderful app.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission. is a message from the Early Childhood Commission.
This is Wayne Marshall, and I'm working with the Early Childhood Commission on the new Brain Builders Initiative, where we're focusing on the children, we're focusing on the first 1,000 days of life. That is the time span from conception to 2 years of age. And it's a time when foundations are established for health, growth, and development. We have to really focus on the kids at this stage of their development.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission. This is a message from the Early Childhood Commission. Do you have a child between 0 to 2 years of age? If yes, you need to download the ECC's First 1000 Days app. It allows you to receive parenting tips, track developmental milestones, learn about the Brain Builder concept, receive relevant articles and research, plus interactive content. The First 1000 Days app, now available for download on the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
1,000 days, 24,000 hours, 1.44 million minutes. The period from conception to 2 years of age is roughly the first 1,000 days of life. And it is a time when foundations are established for health, growth, and development. However, several child development issues have impacted this foundation, such as malnutrition, poor health, and poverty. Intervention is needed now. Proper nutrition helps to promote brain development, stimulation, and protection. These are the 3 key areas of concentration. Do you really want your child to have violent and traumatic situations early in life? Do you want to aid in producing toxic stress at an early age? By 2030, we must make a significant change by decreasing poverty, ending hunger, reducing neonatal mortality, ensuring children have access to high-quality early childhood programs and services, and ending all forms of violence against children. Download the First 1000 Day app to track and manage your child's milestones. Keep up to date with critical events relating to your child, and to locate early childhood institutions and childcare facilities across the island. Let us make the first 1,000 days of life count. Today's children will become tomorrow's citizens. If we fail to give them the proper foundation for healthy and productive lives, our future will be at risk. Remember, the first 1,000 days of a child's life matter. We must ensure they are loved, protected, stimulated, and have proper nutrition. Download the First 1000 Days app today.
Hi, I'm Kadian. The Early Childhood Commission is delighted to present to you the First 1000 Days app. This app will give you access to information on the first 1000 days of your child's life. You will be able to track developmental milestones, and we will give you an opportunity to connect with parents as well as with the Early Childhood Commission. I will now give you 3 simple steps to download the app to your Android device.
Step 1. Go to the Google Play Store and search for First 1000 Days. That is 1ST 1000 days. Step number 2. Open the app and sign up with an email or your Facebook or Twitter accounts. Step number 3 is the easiest of them all. Enjoy the features of this wonderful app.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission.
Good afternoon. Welcome back. We have with us today Miss Romaine Robinson. We will be engaged in the session supporting learning through play for children 3 to 5 years. Miss Romaine Robinson attended NCT Vet, Shortwood Teachers College, the Michael University, and the UWI. She has obtained certificates in secondary education, special education, customer service, and supervisory management, as well as a Bachelor's of Education in Early Childhood. An educator of over 20 years with experience and services extending to early childhood, primary, secondary, right throughout the sector. She believes that effective teaching skills, competence, ingenuity, and being a well-rounded individual is fundamental. She is an active member of the JTA and has served at the national and parish levels as early childhood chairman and district associations president. She has also served on the membership committee and women's caucus at both national and parish levels. Romaine Robinson has further served as a professional advancement committee chairman and is currently the St. Thomas Parish President. She provides guidance and sits on several committees and boards while maintaining multiple certifications in many competencies. Through the vibrant and effective JTA Early Childhood Committee of 2020 and 2021, she has partnered with the Jamaica Diaspora Education Task Force to create and facilitate multiple trainings, workshops, and seminars, and also conferences, which significantly impacted and improved the Jamaica early childhood sector. Ms. Robinson presented her country in West Yorkshire, England, on 2 occasions as a young adult and has received recognition as a Teacher of the Year on several occasions. She is often recognized for being a valuable player, an efficient and ardent worker, and an innovative leader. She currently serves as Jamaican liaison for the early childhood arm of the Jamaica Diaspora Task Force Network. Romaine remains committed to making a significant difference within the early childhood sector. The parish of St. Thomas, and specifically in her community where she continues to mentor and care for underprivileged youths. Now, this session, young children naturally explore and learn many skills through play. Play is a fun and meaningful way to learn. It enables children to learn at their own level and pace while making connections. Play allows children opportunities to develop cognitive, physical, communication, and other skills. Miss Robinson will discuss these and other elements of play for children 3 to 5 years, as well as share best practices for supporting children as they play and learn. Please sit back, relax, and be engaged. Thank you. I now hand over.
Thank you, colleagues. So we're going to be exploring and sharing thoughts on supporting learning through play for children 3 to 5 years old. Now, first we need to know who are the children we're dealing with. So it says here, though early childhood arguably spans through the period 0 to 8, the critical and trainable years are 3 to 5. These formative years of the child's life is highly dependent on the nurture and care which is provided to them, but not just to them, but in a suitable environment. Now, it's always good to explore the meanings of some words in the theme. And so play has characteristics of child-centered learning, and it's referred to as a universal language. It is enjoyable, natural, and child-directed. It helps the children to learn new concepts and develop new skills, which we will explore further. So why is play important? It is intrinsically motivated, and is probably one of the most important vehicles for learning in young children. Through play, of course, physical, social, emotional, and intellectual developments are nurtured and fostered. And this is something that we do daily, because I assume that we are all educators here, right? Early childhood, right. So we do that every day. Now, I like to say or think that there are two classifications of play. You could say types if you want. And that's purpose-led play. And we're going to be, though we are online, we're going to be engaging. Agree? We're going to be interacting with each other. So purpose-led play, I have there, it's purposeful, objective, guided, supervised. Do you agree? Yes. So guided in a sense, from the slide, you will see which letter there. Letter K, yes? So I would assume that that part of it would be guided learning. Do you agree? Moving further to the slide, to the picture in the middle, that's also guided too, because you can sense the purpose of this lesson. So what is happening in the middle picture is that this child is now preparing something that was learned as it relates to the letter K. You will see that it's a kite. So kite, the letter K. Moving on to the final picture, and you will see the facilitator now supervising that play. So an entire lesson came out of this. They did even motor skills, fine motor skills, because they would have to draw the K or use the decorations, whatever, to put inside to make it attractive. Then they would move on to making the kite, so that's manipulation. They have to think there, so it's critical thinking too. How is this flight going to come together? You have paper, you have ruler, you have tape, you have all the materials. How is it going to come together for you to now get the actual product, which is the kite? Now that I have the kite, what am I going to do with that kite? And there you can see the child enjoying his kite, but he also enjoyed preparing and the kite, making the kite, and now he's enjoying the finished product. Now there is free play or child-driven play, and this is unstructured, and this helps to build imaginary skills, and it fosters social skills and gives emotional control, right? So the pictures are worth 1,000 words, and you will realize that I've used up a lot of pictures in the slides, just to give you a better understanding of what's going on. So, free play, you don't tell the child what to do. He probably made that truck in one of those lessons, transportation. And so now that he has made the transportation, I'm sure he couldn't get it all together by himself. So he would have needed guidance from, and then we have that special name, 2 words together, parental involvement. So now the child is demonstrating how to operate his truck. There's another free play. I am thinking, but I can't recall this lesson where you'd have children on the field with football. Sports, but which one? 5-year-olds, which theme? Exercise, something else? We love to play. Famous Jamaicans in sports. And there you would have, the children playing football. All right? I hope online is following. All right. I'm sure we'll have assistance with that. Now, there's a ring game. I'm not sure if you'll be able to hear it, but quickly I'm going to ask my 2 supporters to demonstrate this ring game. Quickly. Maybe another person from the audience. Come on, somebody from Westmoreland, somebody from St. Catherine, and somebody from Kingston. Quickly. You know, when we're having fun, time flying. So, yes, man, so we have to move fast. All right. All right. Awesome. Clap them. Don't move though, because even though we are not at that part of the presentation yet, I want you to notice something. What my children were wearing. Come on, skirts, ribbon, t-shirt. You notice some dressed in pants, and then you have skirt and dress. Now, are all these appropriate for that lesson? No. So, even though we are not there yet, I wanted to point out this. We have to be attired for whatever it is we are playing, whatever lesson we are doing. We need to be attired for same. You need to be comfortable. We can't be in the heels and going all. And we are early childhood educators. Not at all. Do you agree?
Yes. By right, I believe that as educators for females, we should always be attired, whether be Christians or not, because your job, in a pant that is comfortable, so you can go down to the child's level.
Absolutely. Clap her. Yes, thank you very much. So I want you to take from this, though, different elements of play, different things, all right? It's not just, okay, it's play, all right, we're going to teach the child during play. There are several things that comes out of this. Here we have a demonstration video, Chinese skip game. On the line, outside, in, one side, jump on one side, no, jump on one side, outside. Okay, so they are all anxious. Because, do you know something? Let me pause here to bring us back. This brings you back to our age, not true?
No, John.
Yes, man. However, do we see this happening now? Mm-mm. Because all focus is right here. And while technology is important, yes, we learned that very well in COVID. Not true? Yes, so it is very important. But I want us to go back to that kind of setting where you interact and you socialize. That is why we have so many things going on. We are not able to interact. We don't deal with our emotions. And when we interact like this, play games like this, it helps to develop social skills. And they're enjoying it. So categories of play may consist of the following: physical, manipulative, dramatic, expressive, symbolic, surrogate, familiarization, and parallel. So I wanted to explore all areas of play, but not to a large extent. But at least you will know what it is. And all these helps to develop skills. Physical play, self-explanatory. Activities may include games such as hide and seek, jump rope, skipping, swimming, slides. It involves other children, so you have peer groups coming together, interacting with each other. It provides and encourages exercise, which is very good for us these days, because these kids, we eat so many sweets and all the different things. So these activities will help you to get rid of that. All right? I want you to pay attention. I'm used to moving around, and I hope it's okay. But I want you to pay attention to this game. I'm fascinated by seeing. This was a sports day at a particular school. And what they did was used familiar words. So they would have to, you tell them the word, they run to it, find it, and run back. If it's correct, then they come back for the next. If not, they have to come back to find the correct word. Now, this is very good. Critical thinking, they are doing gross motor skills coming out of this, and they are having fun. It's also competitive, and play is about competitiveness also. Manipulative play, this is something that we are used to, and if you look over here, you'll see quite a few of those. So it's not just about building blocks. Whenever I like to I like purposeful play because it has an objective. And though you're playing and all the skills are being developed, you achieve what you have in your lesson plan. If you I'm moving ahead of the slide. All right, so we have different things that we could use for that. Dramatic play. I love this. From you see this presenter, you know, say, I am all about that. Yes? Yes, man, we love this. So this is dramatic play, where you're teaching something. Which topic? Out of many, one people. And this year's the Japanese or the Spanish? The Chinese. No, it's good. Remember, they don't live in China, you know. So you have to bring China to them. Not true? Yes, man. So have them, their parents help them to get the attire. They fit in it. They see themselves in it. You take the pictures. Look, that lesson stick. They won't forget it. Here, the teacher has to be involved. So if you're asking the children to dress like this, then why teacher in our heels and said so, and they are dressed like that? No. You notice teacher hairstyle? Yes, man. Yes. Once they know, remember, you know, we are role models. And once they see us, yes, man. All right? So the lesson, they will not forget that. I promise you. Expressive play is when they use different materials, the paint and so on, their drawings, and that tells what kind of mood they are in. You know, sometimes they are going through different things at home. Their environment is different. No same painting will be the same. None. Because it's saying that this child is from here going through this phase. This child over here is going through this phase. They use the black crayon sometime. And I learned that it speaks volume. So you have to pay attention to this particular play. We can be helpful here. Here's where we become guidance counselors. Symbolic play. We see that a lot. Well, in our days, right? So we use the carton box and the tire, and we make good with those things, right? Surrogate play. Now, this play is inclusive. It shows that. So a child who doesn't have an ailment, I like to say ailment, I'm not going to use the other word, can play with the other child without hurting them. So they feel like they're a part of. Familiarized play. I am a child, and I am scared of the dentist and the doctor because they're going to pull the teeth or they're going to do something in there that is uncomfortable. The doctor is going to give me an injection. But when they dress like this, and which day we could use this at school? Career day. When they dress the part, it's not necessarily that they are going to become that, you know. But then it helps them too to be comfortable with whatever area it is that they chose. Parallel play. So they are playing together, but you know those persons who play with themselves, however, the company is there, and that helps too. Every play has its place. Some basic characteristics of play, as you can see, is to pretend, but demonstrate also in a real way. Now, I can boast, this is my class. Yes. Mm-hmm. This is my class. And homeboy ready for this trip. Suitcase and all. Now, who's the carry-on luggage? That one going on the plane, you know, in the overhead. But somebody's going to have to take the other bag, and it's in our curriculum. Who is going to take the bigger bag? The baggage handler. So everything here in that lesson is coming out. You're traveling to different countries. It might not be a tropical country like ours, but he's dressed and prepared for that particular country. It could be England, yes, but Canada, but wherever he's going, he is prepared, ready to go. It's not so much that it focuses on the process. Well, it focuses on the process more than the end result or the end product. So they are going through the tunnel. It's the process. How do you manipulate that tunnel to get to where you want to go? Not necessarily if you get there quicker than the other. So provide that atmosphere. This is a brilliant learning experience. You see how many lessons can come from play? Yes. It requires active involvement, and it is also fun. Now, bringing us back to where we were with the demonstration of the teachers here. If you fail to plan, you plan to fail. And I know it's a sore point for us sometimes. It was for me too, and I'm sure it is for some of my teachers. But it is important for us to plan. Though we have the experience, 20 years in the classroom, and we know the curriculum like that, and no, it's important for us to plan for this age group. It is important to plan exclusively for children ages 3 to 5, especially now that significant emphasis is being placed on inclusiveness and technology. Critical knowledge of play and development during the early childhood years is essential to an educator if he or she is to build a strong foundation which will aid in the children's developmental process. So here we have the laptop, because you're doing your research, right? You have your activity plan for the term ready. And then you have all these here. The materials, yes, the scissors, the glue and paint, all of that, the sticky pad. And because you're going to find out some things, you're going to say, no, man, I need to jot this one down. However, you see these books? Call them your Bibles. These are all important. So when you go to the workshops, the 3-year-old and 4-year-old, 5-year-old workshops, when you get them, keep them. If it damaged, photocopy and make your own, because they are very important. And they're also on the website, right? They're on the ECC's website. Okay? I am a person who learns better when I have the actual thing in front of me. So I print and copy everything. Yes, it might be costly, but nothing that is cheap, well, nothing that is beneficial to us. It's just like medication, don't it? It might not taste good, but it is good for you. If you plan, if you fail to plan, you plan to fail. Now, theories and theorists support play. And these are just examples of some of those theorists. Piaget, John Dewey. Who else? There you go. Absolutely. And all those names that we can't call. But if we see the faces, we remember them. Don't say it. No, not just the theories, because the theories, most of them were before we were born. So I said, sure, they don't know what they must say. A new time now, new age, new stage, them not understand. But though that may be true, but here we have the United Nations supporting it. And this is current. We also have, who else? No, this one deserves a prize if you get it. Teacher, how you move so fast? Yes, we argue about them. We fight with them. We not like see them when they come to our schools, but they play a significant role in the development of not just the children, but us as educators. So they have the standards. I call mine the Bible. And I go nowhere without it. And you also have the best practices. Very, very important to have. Next. Now that we know all of that, we need to apply what we have learned. And Maria Montessori deposits that children are as independent as you expect them to be. So if you limit them, then that's what you're going to get. If you want them to explore and find out new things on their own and become that person, that adult who knows it all. And you say, Jesus, at which prep school him go? Our basic school. But we provided that opportunity, that learning environment for them to grow and develop. Do not limit them. What are our roles as educators? Creating age, let's read. Creating age and developmentally appropriate teaching and learning opportunities, providing experiences for children, coupled with the right attitude and an ideal learning environment are paramount when efficiently and effectively facilitating early childhood. Do you agree or do you agree? Agree, right? Yes. Pictures, 1,000 words. No. Back, yes, man, then no must. Yes, man. Once they see you're a happy person, all when husband get trouble yesterday, and you come in this morning like, hey, me say, if I did ever, you see, when you walk through those gates, this child must not see that. So here I am, and I had a leg injury, right, teacher? And this is just when I got better. I was unable to walk properly for about 8 months. Teacher's race. Teacher beat me too, you know. If only me never drop. Anywho, so this is just coming out of recovery. But I want them to know that teacher is okay. And so me go on with myself. Even though I was feeling pain, I was sad somewhat, but they could not tell. Now this online learning, COVID, you know all bad, you know? No. So my husband is a firefighter. And best believe me, dressing at everything we have. Because I was teaching that lesson. And I remember that, yes, man, he has that in his van. So I ran for it. And I went for it. And this is my garden hose, you know. Yes, man, you put on the little something on there. I'm ready for all my fire. Don't it? Creativity. You have to bring it to them. No, we can't go to the fire station to teach that lesson. Normally, you would take the children to the fire station and they would have this experience. But what am I going to do? Roll over and dead? The lesson, it has to go on like everything else in the world. Life goes on. And so we brought that to them. This is a parent and myself bringing that atmosphere to them. If they see mommy and teacher dressed like this, how anything you teach that day, it sell off and it register. All when you're not prepared. Yes. All right? So you're having them skip and run. Demonstrate it now, man. Nobody have on no heels and no skirt. Yes, man. Wear something appropriate and demonstrate. How do we engage our 3 and 5-year-old children, or 3 to 5-year-old children? Another lesson. It comes alive in the classroom. Huh? For some, it's celebration. For others, it's out of many. Yes. So they have their fan and their hats. So which country? The British, right, Europe. What about here? No, we spoke about the Chinese and we did with good lesson. But them know say the Chinese man in the store, in the wholesale, and him talk, ching wang chong. And because you're going to talk like that, not true, you know, not thing what you say, but them think you're talking the language. But then you teach them how to eat the chopstick. Teach how one name, so, oh, you eat with stick, we eat with fork. So you have to know, during lunch, at school, bring out the chopstick, man, and have them try to eat with it. So you expose them to that. Now, when they go older, and they go to the Chinese restaurant, best believe they'll be able to use it. Next. So they develop as individuals. Provide adequate and appropriate resources. I wonder if my mother Teresa has run gone. Because not all the time we are privileged to get these resources. So we have to find some, right? We don't have a gym at school, but we're going to create one. Because we are teaching, we exercise. So what am I going to do? Dress the part, provide the resources, even ask a parent, okay, provide the skipping rope, somebody else provide the towel, you know, something, and let them come. Here we go. They are prepared for the gym, wouldn't you say? They are dressed, they have the water bottle and all the equipment that they need. And that's a lesson right there. All materials are covered. Focus on independent discovery and self-direction. Allow them to explore. And here you can see, this is a recent picture. Friday, teacher? Children's Day. So here we are, this child, afraid. You can tell, not true. Him no want let go off it for him dear life, but allow him to explore. And the fact that he wants to go in that bounce about is gonna push him, motivate him to try and get there. Career Day, and though they are dressed in their attire, this is what they choose to do. This is a good way to observe the child. It's important to note that though they are playing on the outdoor, make sure that the environment is safe. Make sure that the equipment is also safe and age appropriate. Design appropriate activities. For the boys, you know they learn at a different pace than the girls. So they're more interested in the product. So make the learning experience a good one. Take the carrots, I'm sure, see them washing them, so the teacher will assist by peeling, and they will make their juice, and after they make it, they're going to drink it. Encourage competitive games, and this again, mainly for boys, because we don't want them to be left behind, so you have to plan for them. Allow children to use critical thinking skills to solve problems. It will help, especially in the society that we now live in. Most of the times, you would say persons do not know how to resolve conflict because I don't think that they were exposed enough to these activities. So you use the tablet, for example, integration this, right? So you integrate the technology with the hands-on that they're going to be doing. Same here. Good old domino. This is not a child's, may not be a child's game, but you take it to school. A lot of things can come out of that, you know. Tell me some things that can come out of playing domino. Counting, matching, sequence. Awesome. Well, the teacher's bright. Yes, man. So you know, said these teachers have a very good environment, you know. Not you? Yes, man. Encourage and facilitate motor activities. Keep them engaged and active. Combine teamwork, collaboration, and competition. And at all times, teachers, make sure you are involved. Okay? If you're not actually doing the activity with them, step one side, observe. It's very important for you to evaluate and do your reflections. So in a nutshell, this nutshell is hard to crack. Very true. So in a nutshell, the benefits of play to the 3 to 5-year-olds. And I'm not going to read all of, I am sure they'll get the slide, they'll get the presentation. Okay, so it's a possibility that you'll get the presentation, and if you communicate with me, you'll get it. That's why I was so deliberate in adding a lot of wording to it. So it contributes to healthy brain development, fosters development like the skills, listening, speaking, manipulative, and observe, right. Fine and gross motor skills are developed. Creativity, imagination. It allows or encourages inclusiveness. It helps with communication skills. And it allows you to take turns. You know, stand in line, wait, be patient, wait your turn, share. So all of that and more is developed. Even the fear, as we spoke about, it helps you to overcome or conquer fear. best practices are like compasses that provide guidance and gives support. Supporting children while they play and learn. And we demonstrated that earlier. Dress the part.
Almost did it.
All right. So the teacher demonstrated, and now everybody was excited because at first they had no idea. Remember, they don't know nothing about Chinese skip. But once they saw their teacher demonstrate that lesson or that activity, then now everybody is eager. I must point out the parents at the end. Parental involvement.
Jump on the line.
Now, let's apply and engage. And these are just some notes or tips that will help you to engage. And I need you to take note because we have some giveaways, right? And so I want you to take note of what is happening. We also had an icebreaker, I know. But we went directly into this, so we're going to do that. All right. Supporting learning through play. So here another teacher is demonstrating how to use a skipping rope. You see them watching with the rope? Because obviously the children tried. They could not grasp it, the concept, and so teacher had to demonstrate. So you see, it's important for you to dress accordingly. If you had on heels, you could not have demonstrated. More tips. Practice consistent and worthwhile reflecting. Reflections will highlight weak and strong areas. It will also assist in providing the best learning experiences and desirable outcomes. Remember to praise and reward all efforts. Right. I want you to read this for me. Come on, man, read for me. And who did that? Who said that? You're right. And once we, at any level that you study, it was just this morning I was talking to my colleagues, and I was saying how important heart, NCVET, how important. I can attest to that. Whatever I start there, don't ever leave you. Am I right? Yes, ma'am. Childhood?
Childhood is about playing, discovering, and believing in dreams. Therefore, the imagination and possibilities are endless.
Endless. Say endless.
Endless.
Do not kill their dreams. If somebody killed my dream, I would not have been standing here with you, in front of you. So do your best not to kill anybody's dream. Even though we're in St. Thomas and neighboring parish to Kingston, I couldn't take them to the airport. But what? Airport came to them. Now tell me if these children not going to the airport are going someplace. Don't they traveling? Huh. You see the passport? Proper. The carry-on shot. She dressed for it, ready for the weather. Don't see it? Yes, man, bring it to them. And when you have career days, they will remember certain things. So even in this lesson, They know that at the airport they would have seen the police officers, right? These are just some references because you have to research, you know. No care all you know, you need to research. Brush up on something. Not just study and, okay, I got my degree, that's it. Magana Road. No. Life is changing. And you have to change with it or you're going to be left behind. And if you as a facilitator is left behind, your children will be at a disadvantage. So these are some of the featured early childhood schools, because of course, you know, we have to get permission for these pictures. So these are some of the featured schools and their children. And my demonstrations were by Renee Bogle, Kimberly Hutchinson, Kamisha Russell, Simone Williams, and Nikisha Young. Gratitude is a must. And you need to teach the children same. I don't know how far I am, but I think I'm at the end, so we'll take questions and give some giveaways. But I want you to take away this with you. This is my gospel. Together we can make a significant difference and be the change we truly seek. We want to see the changes, but we have to be that example. We have to be the change we seek. So I want you to read, and I want it to be an affirmation that as from today, we are going to, together. No, sir, I am not convinced. I am not convinced. So let's go again.
Together we can make a significant difference and be the change we truly see.
Be the change you see.
And that we want to see.
Exactly. Thank you.
All right, so if you have any questions or comments that you would want to share, the mic. Oh, the other one is right here.
Good afternoon, everyone. I just wanted to add to something that you mentioned in your presentation. You said that no matter how you are trained and you have your degree and you may know the curriculum back on, because you know we teach the lesson
over and over. Yes.
Right. But what I want to add to that, we have to plan. You said that we have to plan. And planning is very important to us teachers, because remember that even though we are teaching the same lesson every time, but we are getting a different set of children every time. And every child learns differently. So we as teachers, we have to ensure that we plan the lesson in order for them to learn, because we have to plan it around them, because the main focus is them. When we do anything, we have to have the objective coming out, what we want to achieve at the end of a lesson and so forth. So I just wanted to add to that what you mentioned about planning.
Thank you. Very good. And not just that, they're different children and where they're coming from too. Their culture is different. Their environment is different. And so we have to ensure that all the children are catered to and catered for.
Hello. Just to add also that even though you have your lesson already planned, while teaching the lesson, something may pop up within the classroom by a child, and that may cause you to want to divert from the lesson. And as teacher had said, it's very important for us to observe and also to reflect So within the reflection now, you are going to make note of what took place. So you had to divert from the original plan of the lesson.
Thank you.
Yes, good afternoon, colleagues.
Very important.
Just to back up the planning again, I have the 5 P's. Proper preparation prevents poor performance.
Say that again, teacher.
Proper preparation prevents poor performance.
Absolutely correct. And I want to know if you were listening, because we're playing, don't it? And best believe we're going to do the activity. So we're just going to do 2.
So you want to hold it, teacher, and then... All right, so this activity, it says mimic me. So teacher is going to... It says mimic me. So teacher is going to tell us which one. So you notice that they are numbered. So this activity, it also helps the children to identify in terms of their numerals. So teacher will know if the students know which numeral she is saying that they are to mimic. So teacher, you are going to tell us.
Number 6. Six. Very good. Give them a clap. All right, number 3.
And you're going to join. So for number 3, we're all going to stand and we're going to join in that. For the persons online, oh my God, I'm so sorry. But I hope that seeing how engaging this presentation is, that the persons online who are able to will join us physically next year. All right? So persons online, I'm going to ask you to join in this. So we have 2 more.
Everybody can see?
All right. Seeing left and right, side left, side right. Number 10. Yes. All right, good job. Number 5. Awesome. Woo! Give yourselves a round of applause for trying.
All right. Now, some of us, I was deliberate in doing something absolutely different. Because now you will know if the child is paying attention. Didn't this presentation end already? But you'll know if the child is paying attention. If the child is listening. And not just listening, but are they understanding? Are you able to follow instruction? And that is play. Can they see? Are they hearing you when you speak? Is it that the child sits all the way down there and every time you're talking, Miss Westmoreland, I'm in love with Westmoreland. Miss, can you see? Or tell me the answer to this. What is the... I don't know. And you say that the child is slow. The child may not be seeing or hearing. So you have to be very observant. All right? I'll allow the others. So those who are online, you may be at a disadvantage. But afterwards, you can interact with the different activities. And my teachers will assist you in or show you how you can use these. For example, a flashcard. So this now is interesting because it's showing that it is actually a bone. So you are now helping this child to retain this. All right? So you put these things in the corners, for example. The dice. It's age appropriate, very much. You have to have age and developmentally appropriate games. The dog and the... Thank you. Literacy and numeracy coming out. We did a lesson with famous Jamaicans in sports, and we talk about Christopher Gale. And he has to use so now the child can actually spell bat over time because they are fascinated by the bat. So they are learning while they play. Who come first?
Me, teacher, me. Me, teacher.
So who comes after? What comes after first? Second. All right. So they actually have the actual card here with the first and the second and showing. Right. And you can relate to different things. Don't mind them. Concept. Simple. A bird. What goes with the bird? The nest. And I guess it got lost somewhere. All right? So these are just some of the things that you can use, and we made these. Right? You get some gifts from, National? Mm-hmm. And you have them and you store them and Cowboy pick them up. Use them. Outside to explore. Look at the tree
outdoor
leaves.
Play. Incorporate
outdoor play. Incorporate outdoor play. All right? Look at the plants, the insects, and so on. Okay? Puzzles, we do that all the time. But it doesn't have to be like this. It doesn't have to be, because you're going to complain. Oh, ECC and ministry now giving the money for that. Okay, then. Let the child help you to build their own puzzle. And I'm going to tell you a secret. I learned this at heart. Okay? All right. So those are just a few of the simple things. So we are putting up in our corner. I know the time has been far spent. While these children over here trying to fit the puzzle. Our theme. Use these, man. Something that relates to the theme. So we're doing weather. Come on, man. Come out with one water boot or one raincoat or one umbrella. Bring it to them. Okay? When we're putting books in our corners, make sure they're appropriate and you can interact with them. Because the corners are no decoration, They are there for the children to learn. So whatever they do. All right? So find appropriate learning activities. All right? The aeroplane. And I'm closing. The aeroplane. Pull it apart. So you have the body of the plane. And you're going to put it back together. And when you're doing that, tell me what the parts are. The wing, the body, the nose. Because it's in the curriculum, we teach it. So bring it to them. Thank you once again. I promise I'm done.
Thank you so much for that, Mrs. Robinson. That was so great. And we are getting some very, very good comments in the chat. Indeed, appropriate dressing is very important. I am just loving this session. Awesome presenter. Another great game for students while in class. So you would have shared in your presentation. Very educational. Down to earth. So remember, Mrs. Robinson would have said, we come down to their level, right? Get down to their level. Excellent. And we can see the connection from the panel discussion this morning and how it is linking to what play is all about and the benefits of play, having integrated technology and using that to impart the knowledge to our children and just getting them involved and engaging them. So in conclusion, we would have looked at the classification of play, purpose, led play, free child, play, looking at the several categories, physical, manipulative, dramatic, and we would have seen it shown here. Also, we would have looked at how the environment, setting up the different learning corners and how it can be beneficial to the children. If we have no other questions, we can look at closing, Ms. Robinson, right? And we just want to thank you all for being in the session, and thank you so much for being here, as well as the support that Mrs. Robinson would have gotten. Awesome, thank you so much. And we move into brain development and childhood adversity. So that is our next session. Thank you so much. Please ensure that you would have completed the evaluation forms and signed the register. All right? Thank you so much.
following is a message from the Early Childhood Commission.
This is Wayne Marshall, and I'm working with the Early Childhood Commission on the new Brain Builders Initiative, where we're focusing on the children, we're focusing on the first 1,000 days of life. That is the time span from conception to 2 years of age, and it's a time when foundations are established for health, growth, and development. We have to really focus on the kids at this stage of their development.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission. This is a message from the Early Childhood Commission. Do you have a child between 0 to 2 years of age? If yes, you need to download the ECC's First 1000 Days app. It allows you to receive parenting tips, track developmental milestones, learn about the Brain Builder concept, receive relevant articles and research, plus interactive content. The First 1000 Days app, now available for download on the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
1,000 days, 24,000 hours, 1.44 million minutes. The period from conception to 2 years of age is roughly the first 1,000 days of life, and it is a time when foundations are established for health, growth, and development. However, several child development issues have impacted this foundation, such as malnutrition, poor health, and poverty. Intervention is needed now. Proper nutrition helps to promote brain development, stimulation, and protection. These are the 3 key areas of concentration. Do you really want your child to have violent and traumatic situations early in life? Do you want to aid in producing toxic stress at an early age? By 2030, we must make a significant change by decreasing poverty, ending hunger, reducing neonatal mortality, ensuring children have access to high-quality early childhood programs and services, and ending all forms of violence against children. Download the First 1000 Day app to track and manage your child's milestones. Keep up to date with critical events relating to your child, and locate early childhood institutions and childcare facilities across the island. Let us make the first 1,000 days of life count. Today's children will become tomorrow's citizens. If we fail to give them the proper foundation for healthy and productive lives, our future will be at risk. Remember, the first 1,000 days of a child's life matter. We must ensure they are loved, protected, stimulated, and have proper nutrition. Download the First 1000 Days app today.
Hi, I'm Kadian. The Early Childhood Commission is delighted to present to you the First 1000 Days app. This app will give you access to information on the first 1000 days of your child's life. You will be able to track developmental milestones, and we will give you an opportunity to connect with parents as well as with the Early Childhood Commission. I will now give you 3 simple steps to download the app to your Android device.
Step 1. Go to the Google Play Store and search for First 1000 Days. That is 1ST1000 days. Step number 2. Open the app and sign up with an email or your Facebook or Twitter accounts. Step number 3 is the easiest of them all. Enjoy the features of this wonderful app.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission. The following is a message from the Early Childhood Commission.
This is Wayne Marshall, and I'm working with the Early Childhood Commission on the new Brain Builders Initiative, where we're focusing on the children, we're focusing on the first 1,000 days of life. That is the time span from conception to 2 years of age. And it's a time when foundations are established for health, growth, and development. We have to really focus on the kids at this stage of their development.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission. This is a message from the Early Childhood Commission. Do you have a child between 0 to 2 years of age? If yes, you need to download the ECC's First 1000 Days app. It allows you to receive parenting tips, track developmental milestones, learn about the Brain Builder concept, receive relevant articles and research, plus interactive content. The First 1000 Days app, now available for download on the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
1,000 days, 24,000 hours, 1.44 million minutes. The period from conception to 2 years of age is roughly the first 1,000 days of life. And it is a time when foundations are established for health, growth, and development. However, several
Welcome back. I must apologize for the late start in this session. So we have Dr. Diana Clary with Brain Development and Childhood Adversity. Dr. Clary is a pediatrician who was trained in Santiago de Cuba, and she presently works at the Anota Bay Hospital. She's the founder of the Quick Step Early Childhood Center in Retreat, St. Mary. She believes that we can change our world one child at a time. This is the tagline for our most recent project, which will aim to improve the lives of all our island's children at the early childhood and primary level. Now, brain development and childhood adversity. Early adversity can lead to a variety of short and long-term negative health effects. It can disrupt early brain development and compromise functioning of the nervous and immune systems. The more adverse experiences in childhood, the greater the likelihood of developmental delays and other problems. Dr. Clary will discuss brain development and childhood adversity and share best practices for supporting our young children. Please remember to complete the evaluation form. That link is being shared in the chat, and also to type your questions and your feedback in the chat. I now hand over to Dr. Clary.
Thank you. Good afternoon. And my topic, as you can see, is adversity and the developing brain. All protocols observed, and I want to thank the Early Childhood Education Commission for inviting me to speak to you today on this topic. Okay, so let's begin. Recently in the news, we heard about the Office of the Children's Advocate had shed some light on some heartbreaking truth. Mental issues are overwhelmingly affecting our students in Jamaica, and this revelation strikes a deep emotional chord as it highlights the struggles endured by our young minds. In the year 2022 alone, over 2,000 children had the courage to reach out for counseling and assistance. A staggering 1,600 were female and 485 were young boys. Now, the human brain is said to be the epicenter epitome of complexity and has gotten the name the most complex 3 pounds in the universe. From the moment we are born, we're equipped with 100 billion neurons, and within the first few months of our lives, an additional 250,000 or 500,000 are made per day. But it's not just the number of neurons that makes the brain remarkable, but its intricate web of connections that they form, known as synapses. Brain development. Let's look at the stages. I have briefly covered the stages, seeing that it's a little technical. So let's start off. It has 6 stages. And the first stage is what we call neurulation. So this is the beginning of great things. What happens at this stage is that the embryo forms a plate that has 3 layers, and then it folds on itself and forms what is called a neural tube. For those of us who are parents, the doctor tells you to take your folic acid, and that is to prevent defects at this level. The next step is proliferation, as the word suggests. There's multiplication, dividing of cells, and this is the division that takes place here is so rapid, so quick. This is why a newborn will have more neurons than an adult, a grown adult. Our next stage is cell migration. After the cells have proliferated, they will move to their areas where they will mature. So the cells migrate, and they migrate in such an interesting way that the cells that mature primarily first will be the ones that form the most inner layer of our cortex, and the ones that mature later will form the outermost layer of the cortex. So all 6 layers of the cortex are formed within the stage of cell migration. Differentiation. This is basically our neurons specializing, maturing, and the axons being formed, the dendrites being formed. So this is what happens at this stage of differentiation. Synaptogenesis. So at this stage, what happens, the contact between 2 neurons is what we call a synapsis. So what happens at this stage is that contact is being made between 2 brain cells at this level. And this is observed at about 23 weeks of gestation. Okay, synapsis pruning. So this is the stage that I would like to focus on, because all the stages that were mentioned before are actually influenced by genetics. But at this level, synapsis pruning, it is influenced by experience. So what happens at this level is that whatever experience the child would have, because synapsis pruning actually continues all the way into adulthood, but it is more, the phenomenon is more remarkable within the first 3 years of life. So what happens is that the experience creates a pathway, and if this is a negative experience, it will create a negative pathway or make negative connections, and this pathway is strengthened when adversity or whatever the experience is continues, when it repeats itself. And what happens in pruning is that the pathways, for example, if they had a positive experience in relation opposite to the experience, a negative one, if that pathway was not strengthened, then it would be pruned. So the negative pathway would be the one that is enhanced, the one that remains. Myelination. This is basically fatty cells that cover our neurons to protect them. It's almost like an electrical cord. You know, the wires are inside, so the fatty cells would be that covering that allows the electrical impulses to travel. Okay, so what is adversity? Anyone? Adversity? Negative, correct. Anybody else? Trauma, catastrophe, mishaps. Anything else? I didn't bring gifts like the previous presenter, but you can participate. Go ahead, what else? Right, bad experience, bad experience. But adversity is something that all of us face, true or false? Right, it is said to be a phenomenon that we cannot escape once we are here on this earth. So, what are some of the adversities that our children face? I have some of them listed here. Right, tell me some of the adversities that we know our children face. Emotional, a lot of them emotional. There are many more than the ones I have on the list. Nobody copy from me. All right, emotional neglect. All right, okay, you copy, no, poverty. Okay, I have that on the list. Verbal abuse. Sometimes the loss of a parent is one thing. Children who are exposed to violence is another thing. And even climate change affects children, right? And remember, children do not process things the way we do because we have experience. So the way we process things is quite different from them. So how does adversity affect the brain of the child? So this is a longitudinal study. A longitudinal study is one that continues. So this study started in 2000 in Bucharest, Romania, but it's a very interesting study that I'd like to share. So in this study, they had 3 groups of children. So the first group of children were children who were institutionalized all their lives. The second group was a group of children who were institutionalized, but they were placed in foster care at an average of 22 months. And the other group were children who were living with parents, but within the same area, Bucharest, Romania. So what they found in the findings is that the children who were institutionalized, they had difficulty learning. These children tend to have a lot of problems. Problems we're talking about, they go through depression, anxiety, they have behavioral issues. They found that those who were placed in foster care, that's the second group, once they were placed in foster care at 2 years of age, that they actually had behavioral patterns. They even did ECGs, electroencephalograms, they actually did MRIs, and they found that the brain activity for these children who were in foster care at the average age of 22 months was actually similar to those who were brought up with their parents. They also noticed a difference in IQ, and also there was a difference in language. So this study is something that is ongoing, meaning that these adults are being observed even now. So they came to the conclusion that circuits are being formed, right? And these circuits, once they are formed and they are not positively forged, we can correct them. So it's like synapses pruning. We can correct them, but the study, in conclusion, the conclusion they made was that it has to be early intervention, because within the first 3 years of life, this is when it is at its, synapses pruning is actually at its peak. Okay? So before we get to that, there's another study I would like to share. Okay, let me just read a quote from this study. It says that these results support the idea that the lack of good quality experience has detrimental effects on the brain function, and that once a child is older than 2 years, these effects tend to be worse. Research on deprivation can be used to make the case that environments that adversely affect infants and young children need to be remedied before they have long-lasting consequences on both brain and behavior. Intervening in adverse circumstances early is more successful if it occurs before brain processes become entrenched and in turn are harder to rewire. Okay, just a summary here of some of the research that was done. It says research has shown that the critical period of the first 3 years of life, a range of biological and psychological hazards can disrupt a child's development trajectory, increasing the risk of adverse physical and psychological health conditions. These impacts are not limited to childhood but can extend throughout life, affecting various systems including cardiovascular, immune, metabolic, and brain health. The repercussions of childhood adversity can be far-reaching and pervasive. It is crucial to differentiate between adverse events that happen to a child, the stressors, and the child's response to these events. Toxic stress response is characterized by prolonged activation of the stress response, which can impair brain architecture, such as the structure of the brain now, and other organ systems, resulting in increased vulnerability to stress-related diseases and cognitive impairment, which can persist into adulthood. Toxic stress arises from strong, frequent, and prolonged adversity, such as abuse, neglect, caregiver substance abuse, or mental illness, violent exposure, economic hardship, without adequate adult support. Exposure to adversity in childhood can lead to a range of consequences. Children may exhibit behavioral and emotional problems, engaging in risky behavior, display aggression, struggles with relationships, and be at increased risk of developing PTSD. Traumatized children are also more susceptible to psychiatric disorders such as depression, conduct problems, substance abuse, self-harm, and suicidal thoughts and attempts. Adverse experiences in childhood can contribute to the development of eating disorders and hinder typical development and education. Okay, so I'm just going to mention here where a neurobiological study also revealed that stressors such as low socioeconomic status, physical abuse, and neglect showed, and deprivation showed that there was structural differences in brain volume as well as cognitive impairments and educational challenges. And I'm sure we have seen some of that in your experience, right? The children, they're exposed to these stresses, and because they do not know how to cope, they tend to act out because of that. And it is interesting that these stresses actually not only affect behavior and in terms of the formation of synapses or wiring, but also that it affects brain volume, actual architecture of the brain. Okay, so we briefly mentioned the anxiety, depression already. Can continue? Okay, so pruning, rewiring, and making new connections. How do we do that? As educators, how do you assist your children in rewiring? Apart from the formal aids that are available, which some of them are listed here, we have a lot more in Jamaica. Outside of the formal aids, what are some of the practical things that you can do as educators to help your children, as parents, as adults? Anybody? But how do we show them love? That's such a broad thing. How do we show them love? Interaction with them, give them attention. I see a hand at the back.
Yeah, by interaction with the child, how we relate to them, you know, how we relate to them, showing them love, hugging them, building their confidence, you know. You know, at this age, they might do something and you really congratulate them
building that confidence in them.
I'm happy you mentioned hugging them. That is something that sticks out in my mind from, an earlier age. I remember Miss Anderson, that was my teacher. She always hugged me every morning I got to school. And when you do kind things to children, it sticks with them. Okay, somebody else?
Okay, so I was saying that in a case where I've had children who I know they don't get love at home, you can see their physical appearance as well as their behavior in the classroom. So I do try my best not to necessarily single out that child or give that child special attention, but because I know that the child is in need of these things, so sometimes they might come, they don't have any snacks, which is very unusual. You might say first thing on a Monday morning, child don't come with snacks or they don't come smelling fresh. So I always try to make sure that I give them a snack, I give them a fruit. That's my thing. The children know that whenever I have fruits on the table, the fruits are not for me, the fruits are for them. So they'll come and they'll ask me for a banana or a piece of apple or something. And when they come dirty, the first thing I do is give them a hug, let them know that they are welcomed in the space. And then if they are dirty, I wipe off their faces, change their diaper, change their clothes, try to just get them feeling fresh and good. And I've had cases where children are not very confident. So if I ask them to do an activity, they say, "Teacher, I can't do it." And my motto in the class is, I can. Don't say I can't. I can. Teacher, I don't know how to draw this. Teacher, I don't know how to write this. I can. I can try. If I can't do it, I can try. So I try to just foster little good behaviors or good habits to let them know that they are important, they are loved, they are valued, they are special. A lot of our children are facing so much that we as adults can never comprehend because we are not facing it head on day to day like they are. So as the teacher or the role model or the mother in the classroom, I try to do my best to give them a positive interaction.
So I thank you for saying that. Thank you very much, because you are reinforcing a positive experience, so it will enhance. If you give it long enough, the children will learn. As I said, will stick with the children. And you mentioned the children coming in dirty. You have apples and bananas. A lot of these children, they face adversity, and the adversity is not just one thing, but compounded. And a lot of us as adults, when we have one thing, it is difficult enough to deal with. But can you imagine a child who has no experience, who just came into this world, ages 1 to 3, that period, and that child is faced with bombarded with so much, right? So all of that is necessary. Anybody else? Anybody online would like to make a comment? Go ahead.
So persons in the chat are saying music therapy is very good. Awarding them is another strategy, and also helping them to build their self-esteem, tell them that you love them and share with them, etc.
Etc. Okay, if there are no... You're going to sing it for us? You said a song, so...
Okay, so I use a song to encourage them, mostly in the morning, like in the midday and at go home time. So we say, I am special, look at me, a very special person, God made me.
Excellent. Fearfully and wonderfully made. Okay, let's continue. All right, so I listed a few things, 5 things that we could do outside of our formal aids, that we could do as adults, parents, caregivers, educators, for our children. And number one is teach our children to be resilient. If adversity is something that we're going to face that we cannot escape, it makes sense, doesn't it, to teach them to be resilient. True or false? True. Okay, so teaching them to be resilient has some benefits, and we're going to go through them. And feel free to interject when you would like to. Okay? Okay, so teaching our children resilience teaches them to cope with challenges. Resilience teaches you to rediscover yourself for us as adults, right? Life is full of ups and downs, it says, and children develop resilience, who develop resilience are better equipped to navigate through adversity. Resilient children are more likely to develop effective coping strategies, problem-solving skills, and the ability to manage stress. They understand that setbacks are a natural part of life and can bounce back more quickly. Agreed? Emotional well-being. Resilience helps children. Could move on. Next slide. Emotional well-being. Resilience helps children develop emotional intelligence and regulate their emotions effectively. They learn to recognize and understand their feelings, express themselves appropriately, and seek support when needed. Resilient children are less likely to develop mental health issues like anxiety, depression, as they possess the skills to manage and overcome negative emotions. How can we teach our children something practical? How can we teach our children resilience? Don't all rush at once.
Let's raise our hands. For the persons online, can type in the chat.
Your early childhood educators, the most inventive set of people in the education system. I'm sure you can go ahead. Role play. Mm-hmm.
We create scenarios and just act it out.
Okay.
And tell them how to deal with it when it arrives. Correct. And another way is to correct. When we see something, correct it immediately. Don't wait until it has lapse. There are some times that was lapse before, but if you see a challenge, the child having a challenge, we can of course correct it immediately.
What about a child who is trying to do something, to perform a task, and is not able to do it, and the child gets upset and throws it down? How could we teach resilience to that child? All right, by encouraging the child. And most times there are different ways of doing things, right? So you could suggest to the child, why not try another way? Why not put it this way instead of that way? Right? Anything else? Okay. All right, everybody quiet. All right, let's go.
So we have a response in the chat. Encourage them to believe in themselves. And I'm seeing we can share a little about who we are, and they will not be ashamed to talk with you about anything. So sharing and possibly putting yourself in their shoe, and just as you had said, give them examples in class and work it out.
Okay,
Role play.
Okay, excellent. Go ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My classroom is a little more, what do I call it, the loud classroom in the school. I tend to teach my children resilience in another way. I tend to teach them confidence I have this child in my class. Each time I give her a task, sometimes like, Auntie, I don't know how to do that. I don't know how to. I say, okay. All right, here what? Do you want a sticker or do you want a star? Do you want your name to go up on the chart? She said, yeah, but Auntie, I don't know how to do it. I said, all right, let me show you how you're going to do it. So first of all, remember, in this classroom, you are also the teachers. And I am the student. So remember, you're going to teach me too, or we're going to learn together. So I give her the task like, I said, all right, if I have 4 apples right there, remember we need 6 apples over here. So you are going to tell me how much more apple I am going to need to make the 6. And she was like, Auntie, I don't know. Auntie, I don't know. So I said, okay. What I do, I tend to let her constantly, like, she go and she going to count. So first I have the number chart. I said, all right, you're going to count. So when she count, then I take the numbers, I put it on the decks, and I said, you're going to count the numbers on the decks, right? And then when she do it, I get 6 counters. No, I let her count out 6 counters. So what she do most of the time, well, once she'd go like, she dip her hand in the bottle, the counter bottle, she dip her hand in there and she just put it down. And she said, no. So this is how you're going to do it, baby. You're going to put it back. Remember when Auntie said when you're counting, how do you count? You go like 6? No, Auntie. So I say, all right, how do you count? Can you count for me, baby? And then she count. She go 1, 2, 3 until she reach 6. So I say, all right, then this is what you're going to do again. You're going to try again by taking out the counters. Or are you going to take out the counters? You have to take them out what? Count. 1. So I take out the first one for her. So I say, all right, then you are going to continue the count now. I can remember, you are going to help me too. Or you're going to help your classmate sitting beside you. So she said, okay, Auntie. So she go 1. I say, what number come after 1? 2, Auntie. So I say, all right then. So there you go. So take out the next. So what you're going to do? You're going to put back this one, or you're going to take out the next one? Auntie, I have to take out one more. So I say, all right then take it out. And she go, and she take it out, and she put it beside the number. So she go 1, and she go again, and she 2, and she constantly counting until she reaches 6. So I say, all right then now. This is what we're going to do. We are going to pretend that the counters are the rabbit. So the counters are there. She said, Auntie, rabbit. So I say, all right, we're going to pretend plain, or we're going to say the counters are the rabbit. So when she go with the counters, she have, so we say, all right, she take out the 1, she have the 6 counters. So we said, well, rabbit, if the rabbit is hungry, what do you feed the rabbit? She said, carrot. Right? So when we do, she go now, so we say, how many carrots are you going to need to feed how many carrots are you going to need to feed the rabbit that is there? How many rabbit do you have there? Auntie, I don't know. I say, you don't know? Let's try again. Let's count and see. Remember the counters are the rabbit? And then she count. And she tell me how many rabbit is there. So now she's feeding the rabbit. Okay, so she go ahead and she feed the rabbit. And when she get it and she feel good, I would say, hold on, did you do it or Auntie do it? Me do it, Auntie, me do it. Can I have a star? Auntie, you want a star? So I said, okay. So we're saying that we're teaching the children, I find out the way to teach them best to build confidence in themselves is by letting them do it instead of showing them how to do it. Because when they do it and figure out how they do it, they better develop resilience against not saying that they cannot do it all the while, they cannot do it. So when you show them and you encourage them always there, even when they go down and say they don't get it the next time, if they don't get it this time, you encourage them to constantly try. To constantly try. Encourage them, push them, and then they will better to do it next time. Have more confidence to do the next task.
Okay, thank you very much. So another point here that resilience teaches is adaptability and flexibility. So teaching resilience fosters adaptability and flexibility in children. They become more open to change, embrace new experiences, and are more willing to take risk. This adaptability is essential in a rapidly changing world where the ability to learn and adapt quickly is highly valued. All right, so we have perseverance and motivation. That's another thing that resilience teaches. And building positive relationships. Let's just skip to that one. All right, so resilience also plays a crucial role in building positive relationships. Resilient children are better at managing conflicts, empathizing with others, and seeking help when needed. These skills contribute to a healthier relationship with their peers, teachers, and parents. All right, we are going to move on to our second, which is teaching our children an attitude of gratitude. So future success that falls under teaching them resilience. Right, so we're going to teach them an attitude of gratitude. Is being grateful important? Yes? I think I need to get up. I don't see anybody talking to me. So let me get up and come around. Is it important to teach our children to be grateful? The presenter before mentioned it. It's always important to be grateful. And what do you think gratitude, what kind of implications do you think gratitude will have on our children? If you teach them to be grateful, what is the response? What do you think it will teach them? These are practical things that we can do. I'm not saying that this should be substituted for getting actual professional help. As I said, outside of our formal aids, right, of our guidance counselors, our teachers, and so on, these are things that we can do on a day-to-day basis to help our children. So tell me, we have a lot of people here. Go ahead.
In my experience, the children are more appreciative because when you teach them that when they're given something to say thank you, just a simple thank you, a lot of them at home, they give things to their parents, and their parents don't reciprocate by saying thank you. But the lesson that is taught in school is when someone gives you something, say thank you because you're grateful for it and you're appreciative of it. So my little children, for example, this little miss here, I shared my snack with her this morning and she said, "Thank you, Auntie Abby." And I felt so good, and I know she felt so good because I shared something with her and she really appreciated the fact that I gave her something. So it gives them a sense of appreciation that, all right, I am valued enough that someone can give me something to make me feel special. So I'm thanking them. I'm important to them. I think that's what it means.
Okay. All right. Let's see what we have here. And during the time I was doing the research on gratitude and how it actually helps children, a study was done that showed that children who were taught to be always grateful were even more willing to give. They were more willing to share. So that's one of the benefits. So positive emotions. Expressing gratitude promotes the experience of positive emotion, such as happiness, joy, and contentment. When children focus on the things they are grateful for, it shifts their attention from negative thoughts and fosters a more optimistic outlook. Increased resilience. So we're back to resilience again. Gratitude can enhance children's resilience by helping them to cope with adversity. When children acknowledge and appreciate the good things in their lives, it can provide them with a sense of perspective and remind them that there are positive aspects even in challenging situations. So you count in your blessings basically, right? Okay, very good. Improve self-esteem. Somebody tell me what you think. I have the thing there, everybody can read it. So somebody tell me how you think gratitude can improve self-esteem. Your own words. To the back. Okay. We have a lot of shy students. Go ahead.
You can tell when they feel more confident to do something. I've had students who at the beginning of the year not interested in anything that I'm doing until when I try to motivate them, say, come on, you can do it. You can. Please try. And by the end of the term, those are the children who are rushing first to assist me with the teaching aids, to assist me in my lessons, first to want to do all the activities, first to want to help others. So it increases their confidence to do things, and it changes their whole entire outlook on life, because they're not just limited or bounded by what they believe that they couldn't do before.
It makes them happier.
It makes them happier. It makes them more adjusted to changes in their environment as well. So before, certain things would affect them and they would get really sad and they would act out in a negative way. But now, because of the shift in their confidence and their self-esteem, they're more settled and they're more, how you say, self-controlled, self-aware of how to assess certain situations and to move forward in a positive way, using a positive outlook.
Okay, so it says here that when children recognize, and keeping what you were saying, recognize and appreciate their own strengths and talents, the positive contributions they make, it reinforces a positive self-image.
Responses in the chat.
Go ahead.
It promotes humility as well. And also teaching how to be grateful increases confidence level and developing a sense of achievement. Thank you for that.
Okay, move on. Reduced negative emotions. Cultivating gratitude has been shown to decrease negative emotions such as envy, resentment, and frustration. When children focus on what they are grateful for, it can counteract feelings of dissatisfaction or longing for what they don't have. This shift in perspective can lead to a reduction of negative emotions and a greater sense of contentment. Improved relationships. Gratitude can strengthen children's relationships with others. When children express gratitude to family members, friends, teachers, it promotes a sense of connection, appreciation, and empathy. Grateful children are more likely to engage in acts of kindness and display pro-social behavior, which can foster positive relationships and social support. So we see how we are rewiring, how we eliminating the negative pathways that were formed. And we are now provoking and providing positive experiences to provoke positive responses. Okay, better mental health outcomes. We can move on from that one. That's a little self-explanatory. So teach our children how to laugh. How many of you have classrooms that there's a lot of laughter? Oh, okay, I expected to see more hands. So there's actually something called laugh therapy, right? And it is used in mental health patients. And studies were done, so we are going to see what are the results. So stress reduction. Laughter has been found to be an effective stress reliever. When children laugh, it triggers a release of endorphins. And endorphins give us actually a natural feel-good chemical in the brain, and it reduces the stress hormones like cortisol and promotes a sense of relaxation and well-being. After a good laugh, you always feel good. True or false?
True.
Very true. Okay. Improved mood. So, what it does is like a natural antidepressant. So it enhances the production of neurotransmitters like serotonin and dopamine, which are responsible for regulating mood and emotions. Did you know laughter could cure so many things? What does the Bible say about a merry heart for those of us who go to church? And a broken spirit? Dries up the bones, right? Okay. Enhanced resilience. Laughing can contribute to building resilience in children. It helps them develop a more optimistic and positive outlook on life. When children find humor in challenging situations, it can help them reframe their perspective and cope with adversity more effectively. Laughter can also foster a sense of connection and support as it is often shared with others, strengthening relationships and social bonds. How many of us know to laugh at ourselves? And it's therapeutic, right? When you can fall in a bad situation and you can just laugh it off. Okay? Boosted creativity and problem solving. Laughter stimulates creative thinking and problem solving abilities in children. When children engage in playful and humorous activities, it enhances their cognitive flexibility and encourages them to think outside the box. Laughing can promote a playful mindset, allowing children to approach challenges with a more open and innovative mindset because the child is relaxed, right? The environment is not inhibited. The child is not inhibited at all. All right, social connections. We know laughter is shared, so that is a little self-explanatory. So we can move on. In addition to mental health benefits, laughter also has positive effects on physical health. It boosts the immune system, increases oxygen intake, and stimulates circulation. Regular laughter can contribute to better overall health, which indirectly supports children's mental well-being. So how many people plan to go home and laugh more? Okay. All right, so our next thing is be in the know. How are we going to help our children if we do not know? So as parents, teachers, caregivers, adults, we need to be in the know. We need to know what is available out there to help our children. We need to know what are the red flags that signify that our children need help. We cannot say we were not trained. We have smartphones, right? We can read for ourselves. We can look up mental health issues that are seen in early childhood education or in our children in general. We can read about them. We can learn about them. And we can also share with others. We have a lot of organizations that are out there to help our children. We need to know the organizations that are there, what they do, and how to have access to them. And not only educating ourselves, but we need to educate others. So when we have our PTA meetings, I know it's called something else now, Homeschool Association, we can have these, we can invite persons to come and to speak on these topics, because many a times the red flags are there. And as we had seen from the studies before, early intervention is always better. As with anything, right? It's always better, because when you allow something to continue, what happens? It actually gets worse, and then correcting it is even more difficult.
Yeah, parenting and health and wellness sessions.
Right. Okay. And it's not just at school, but in your community, because once you're teachers or once we're health professionals who work with children, our responsibility is not just the children that come into our classrooms. It's all the children. It's your neighbor's children. It's the children that you see at church, right? So it's for us to protect them. And if we don't know, how can we properly advocate for them if we don't know? So it's important to be in the know. And the last point I have is to take care of self. Everybody's going to talk here. Take care of self. It's important to take care of yourselves. We need to ensure that we are being rewired, or we have already been rewired, before we can actually take care of our children, before we can actually advocate for them. How can you teach a child to laugh if you yourself don't know how to laugh? If you are not grateful, how can you teach a child to be grateful? If you get up every day, you complaining, can you teach a child? We lead by example, right? And example is actually the best textbook for the child, right? So we have to take care of self. And it's not just ensuring that we are grateful or that we laugh or that we are resilient, but also our mental state, our physical state. Some of us, because of our professions, we tend not to take care of our physical state. We don't remember that we need to drink enough water. We don't remember that we need to take walks. We need to relax sometimes. It's just high tension, high tension. I know things are challenging, but if we don't take care of self, the rest of it is not meaningful. And also spiritual health, very, very important. Our children need to see us overcome. They need to see us face situations head on and be resilient and successful. And that is how they will learn. Everybody is going to tell me one thing you do to take care of yourself. All right, so everybody participate. This is the last point. Okay, you just came in, I'll give you a little chance.
Raise your hands.
Oh, I thought you were going first. You want to start over here? You are doing to take care of yourself as educators.
I could say what I do.
Or she's okay. We go this way. Go ahead.
Going for walks.
Going for walks. Okay, excellent. We go in here.
Other person.
Eat properly. Okay. Good dance. And this means that your last meal is around what time? Okay, very good.
Get
All
a
right.
good bed night sleep.
Excellent. You know that your brain repairs itself between the hours of 9 and 10. So a good night's rest is very important. No TikTok, no watching movies or up chatting with friends. No, it's very important. Very good.
TikTok. That's my
Sometimes I
time
can
of the
go
day.
to the spa and de-stress yourself.
Exercise.
Exercise. How many of us exercising? Raise your hand. Okay, but exercise is very, very important.
Exercising.
Exercising, excellent. We're skipping some people. We don't want to miss anybody.
Can do a little gardening.
And gardening is relaxing. It is therapeutic. It's relaxing. And before it was used in sanitariums for mental health patients, right? Because of the therapeutic effects they saw. Go ahead.
Sometimes you can take yourself to the spa and de-stress yourself.
No, I'm not talking about sometimes. What are you doing to take care of yourself?
No, well, I'm saying because it's not, sometimes it cannot be so affordable, so you can.
So
do it
you
when
go to the spa on occasion.
Right.
Excellent.
Oh, so I have 2 boys at home, so I play with them.
Excellent.
Well, it varies depending on what is happening in my life. So I might sleep depending on the stress, or I might eat my favorite food, eat my favorite candy, or I might talk to a friend, or I might draw a
taking
picture.
care of yourself. Somehow the candy and the favorite food.
Praying.
Praying. Okay, excellent. We're not missing anybody, unless the persons who we're missing are persons who are not taking care of themselves.
All right, so one of the ways to take care of myself is to ensure that I have some sex.
You know, said that me just like I say. Yes, apart from sleep, sex me used to take care of myself,
And
that is a good sex. Oh my God, me well relaxed.
Okay, and that is exercise. You burn calories and you release all those endorphins. Okay.
Alright, so how I take care of myself is by listening to music and motivational speeches.
Yes, that's important to keep you going.
I take care of myself, being around my spouse.
Okay, that's good.
With your
That's
spouse?
That's very good.
Well, I take care of I love to cook, so always coming up with something new to cook.
All right, so that's therapy for you. Okay. No, we have 2 people here, and we have 3 people to the
On
back.
behalf of Region 2, Miss. Anything we should say for Region 2?
You do, no. That's
What you do.
Want to eat food, yeah.
Okay, for me, listening to music and dance.
Excellent.
Enjoy the sunlight.
Yes, that's very important. Very important. That was not mentioned before.
Okay, so having some quiet time by myself.
Good.
And read also.
Okay, some meditation. Very good. We have 3 people at the back there that we had missed.
What do you do to take care of yourself?
Oh, yes, I like to eat. Now,
I think it's very important that one eats delicious foods, drink delicious drinks, and engage in other delicious activities.
Delicious. Wow. Okay, I am thinking that delicious means healthy as well, right? Because if you just eat what you think is delicious, sometimes it's not exactly healthy, right?
I do a various amount of activities that I do to take care of myself. I take hot showers with maybe scented candles. I give myself mini pedicures if I can't afford it. If I can, I go to the salon. I listen to music or I play my favorite movie, Christmas movie. Yeah, because I take care of myself a lot. Or I go to the beach because it's my favorite place. So those are the things that I do.
I love that. I love that.
When I'm stressed, I call my kids here or read a book.
We don't take out the stress on the hair, you know, and have the child there with trauma. Remember, we spoke about that.
Me drink beer, man. I go drink beer.
Okay. All right, we need to have a conversation after. Go ahead.
Go out.
You go out.
Okay, that's everyone. You went already.
Yeah, my one big and large.
Oh yes, yes.
You never hear me?
Yes, it was a little PG something.
Sex for take care of me.
She'll go hard. All right.
All right. So educators, very important. You need to take care of yourselves. I am my mother is a. Sorry, what was that? Oh, they left you. Oh, no, not at all. No, I'm so sorry. Oh, sorry.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. I try to eat right as best as possible. Exercise. Yes, I don't go to the gym because I have a son there who have a very little thing to exercise. So, you know. And I pray and give God thanks.
All right, thank you very much. So I was saying that my mother is a teacher, and I realize that as professionals, you know, sometimes we are so absorbed in our work that we forget ourselves. All right, so remember, in order to help our children for brain development, adequate brain development, to help them, you know, face their adversities, we need to be in good health. We need to be able to control our emotions, right? And we need to be good examples, most importantly, for them. And two persons mentioned praying. We need to pray for our children. That's very important. You know, not just the ones in your classroom, but your neighbors' children, the children of your co-workers, and the children of our island. Our children they are faced with too much, and it's quite unfair. You know, they are faced with too much, and it's quite unfair. And I encourage everybody today to educate yourselves so that when we see something, we can act. Because early intervention is always best. There's a quote I saw from can pass on. You can move on.
Oh, this is it?
Right. Go back. Deal honestly. Go back from me.
Oh, the clicker. Blame it on the clicker.
And this quote spoke to me. I was reading. It says, deal honestly and faithfully with your children. Work bravely and patiently. Fear no crosses, spare no time or labor, burden or suffering. The future of your children will testify the character of your work. It means that we give 100% always. And life is not static. I always remind myself, my children, and others who may have difficulties, it's dynamic. It's always changing. And if we realize that life is always changing, you know, we won't give up. Our children won't give up because change will come. It has to come because that is the dynamic of life. So I thank you very much for inviting me, and I hope the presentation proved helpful and it wasn't too boring. And I'm sorry I didn't come with any gifts, but I will try to do that next time. All right, thank you.
Do we have any additional questions for Dr. Clary? There's a question over there, Dr. Clary. No? All right, so some comments from the chat. You want to ask one?
Right.
Okay, go ahead.
Dr. Clary, since you are the doctor and we are the teachers, all right, what is one, I want you to name one of the activity that you would say we could use that could alleviate all of the stressors that we face daily. We mentioned a lot of activities. Which one you would say would be the number one that we could use?
It was mentioned before, play. Yes, you of course play.
Yes.
Playing with your children. Playing with your children.
Yes.
Yes. That you as adults do with your children. Oh, you're talking as adults. Oh, okay. Well, I'm so sorry, I misinterpreted that. It's a component of things, right? It is important to eat properly. You have to eat properly. It's not eating what you feel like eating or eating something that because it's delicious. You need to eat properly. It's not just one thing. You need to get rest at night. Very, very important, right? You need to exercise. Anybody ever been to the gym for at least 3 weeks and you're eating properly? You know how different you feel? Right, you feel so alive. You feel like a new person. We need to hydrate properly so we can function optimally. Right? We need to hydrate. So I mentioned rest. We need to get sunlight. Vitamin D, very important. It participates in a lot of our metabolism. And a lot of us, even though we're in a country where there's a lot of sun, you'd be surprised at the amount of people who are vitamin D deficient. So we need to get our sunlight. And it is always, always important. Spiritually, you need to have a connection. You need to have a connection. So with everything else, you need to have a spiritual connection, and you need to, with God, of course, and you need to spend time with Him. And it will change your life. It will change your life. So those are the activities. It's not just one thing, but a composite of different things.
And remember, from our sessions yesterday, we would have been encouraged when we participate and when we do these form of activities, our children will emulate. So they will model the activities, right? Exercising, eating right, getting the hydration that we need, drinking plenty of water. So as we are encouraging them to eat right, eat your vegetables, they need to also see us doing, right? Thank you so much, Dr. Clary, for sharing on brain development and childhood adversity. We would have looked at how childhood adversity affects the brain. We looked at the brain development and what adversity in childhood is linked to and how we can overcome some of these adversities, what we can do, what we can encourage our children to do, and building on it in our early childhood setting. So some highlights from the session would be building our children and teaching our children to be resilient. That is a key point. And looking at the tips that help with childhood adversity, laughing, being in the know, and identifying the signs, monitoring our children, just being there, reading and gaining knowledge, and looking at the red flags and creating awareness, taking care of ourselves, and lastly, modeling the behavior. All right? Thank you so much for joining us online, and thank you for the participants who are face-to-face with us. we will move into our next session, which is infant and toddler development. I will encourage you once more to complete the evaluation forms being shared and to also complete the register. Thank you so much, Dr. Clary. We did enjoy.
Needed now. Proper nutrition helps to promote brain development, stimulation, and protection. These are the three key areas of concentration. Do you really want your child to have violent and traumatic situations early in life? Do you want to aid in producing toxic stress at an early age? By 2030, we must make a significant change by decreasing poverty, ending hunger, reducing neonatal mortality, ensuring children have access to high-quality early childhood programs and services, and ending all forms of violence against children. Download the first 1000-day app to track and manage your child's milestones. Keep up to date with critical events relating to your child, and to locate early childhood institutions and childcare facilities across the island. Let us make the first 1000 days of life count. Today's children will become tomorrow's citizens. If we fail to give them the proper foundation for healthy and productive lives, our future will be at risk. Remember, the first 1000 days of a child's life matter. We must ensure they are loved, protected, stimulated, and have proper nutrition. Download the first 1000 Days app today.
Hi, I'm Gideon. The Early Childhood Commission is delighted to present to you the first 1000 Days app. This app will give you access to information on the first 1000 days of your child's life. You will be able to track developmental milestones, and we will give you an opportunity to connect with parents as well as with the Early Childhood Commission. I will now give you 3 simple steps to download the app to your Android device.
Step 1. Go to the Google Play Store and search for First 1000 Days. That is 1ST1000 days. Step number 2. Open the app and sign up with an email or your Facebook or Twitter accounts. Step number 3. Enjoy the features of this wonderful app.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission. The following is a message from the Early Childhood Commission.
This is Wayne Marshall, and I'm working with the Early Childhood Commission on the new Brain Builders Initiative, where we're focusing on the children, we're focusing on the first 1,000 days of life. That is the time span from conception to 2 years of age, and it's a time when foundations are established for health, growth, and development. We have to really focus on the kids at this stage of their development.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission. This is a message from the Early Childhood Commission. Do you have a child between 0 to 2 years of age? If yes, you need to download the ECC's First 1000 Days app. It allows you to receive parenting tips, track developmental milestones, learn about the Brain Builder concept, receive relevant articles and research, plus interactive content. The First 1000 Days app, now available for download on the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
1,000 days, 24,000 hours, 1.44 million minutes. The period from conception to 2 years of age is roughly the first 1,000 days of life, and it is a time when foundations are established for health, growth, and development. However, several child development issues have impacted this foundation, such as malnutrition, poor health, and poverty. Intervention is needed now. Proper nutrition helps to promote brain development, stimulation, and protection. These are the 3 key areas of concentration. Do you really want your child to have violent and traumatic situations early in life? Do you want to aid in producing toxic stress at an early age? By 2030, we must make a significant change by decreasing poverty, ending hunger, reducing neonatal mortality, ensuring children have access to high-quality early childhood programs and services, and ending all forms of violence against children. Download the First 1000 Day app to track and manage your child's milestones. Keep up to date with critical events relating to your child, and to locate early childhood institutions and childcare facilities across the island. Let us make the first 1,000 days of life count. Today's children will become tomorrow's citizens. If we fail to give them the proper foundation for healthy and productive lives, our future will be at risk. Remember, the first 1,000 days of a child's life matter. We must ensure they are loved, protected, stimulated, and have proper nutrition. Download the First 1000 Days app today.
Hi, I'm Gideon. The Early Childhood Commission is delighted to present to you the First 1000 Days app. This app will give you access to information on the first 1000 days of your child's life. You will be able to track developmental milestones, and we will give you an opportunity to connect with parents as well as with the Early Childhood Commission. I will now give you 3 simple steps to download the app to your Android device.
Step 1. Go to the Google Play Store and search for First 1000 Days. That is 1ST 1000 days. Step number 2. Open the app and sign up with an email or your Facebook or Twitter accounts. Step number 3 is the easiest of them all. Enjoy the features of this wonderful app. That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission. The following is a message from the Early Childhood Commission.
This is Wayne Marshall, and I'm working with the Early Childhood Commission and the new Brain Builders initiative, where we're focusing on the children, we're focusing on the first 1,000 days of life. That is the time span from conception to 2 years of age. And it's a time when foundations are established for health, growth and development. We have to really focus on the kids at this stage of their development.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission. This is a message from the Early Childhood Commission. Do you have a child between 0 to 2 years of age? If yes, you need to download the ECC's First 1000 Days app. It allows you to receive parenting tips, track developmental milestones, learn about the Brain Builder concept, receive relevant articles and research, plus interactive content. The First 1000 Days app, now available for download on the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
1,000 days, 24,000 hours, 1.44 million minutes. The period from conception to 2 years of age is roughly the first 1,000 days of life. And it is a time when foundations are established for health, growth, and development. However, several child development issues have impacted this foundation, such as malnutrition, poor health, and poverty. Intervention is needed now. Proper nutrition helps to promote brain development, stimulation, and protection. These are the 3 key areas of concentration. Do you really want your child to have violent and traumatic situations early in life? Do you want to aid in producing toxic stress at an early age? By 2030, we must make a significant change by decreasing poverty, ending hunger, reducing neonatal mortality, ensuring children have access to high-quality early childhood programs and services, and ending all forms of violence against children. Download the First 1000 Day app to track and manage your child's milestones. Keep up to date with critical events relating to your child, and to locate early childhood institutions and childcare facilities across the island. Let us make the first 1,000 days of life count. Today's children will become tomorrow's citizens. If we fail to give them the proper foundation for healthy and productive lives, our future will be at risk. Remember, the first 1,000 days of a child's life matter. We must ensure they are loved, protected, stimulated, and have proper nutrition. Download the First 1000 Days app today.
Hi, I'm Gideon. The Early Childhood Commission is delighted to present to you the First 1000 Days app. This app will give you access to information on the first 1000 days of your child's life. You will be able to track developmental milestones, and we will give you an opportunity to connect with parents as well as with the Early Childhood Commission. I will now give you 3 simple steps to download the app to your Android device.
Step 1. Go to the Google Play Store and search for First 1000 Days. That is 1ST 1000 days. Step number 2. Open the app and sign up with an email or your Facebook or Twitter accounts. Step number 3 is the easiest of them all. Enjoy the features of this wonderful app. That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission. The following is a message from the Early Childhood Commission.
This is Wayne Marshall, and I'm working with the Early Childhood Commission on the new Brain Builders Initiative, where we're focusing on the children, we're focusing on the first 1,000 days of life. That is the time span from conception to 2 years of age. And it's a time when foundations are established for health, growth and development. We have to really focus on the kids at this stage of their development.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission. This is a message from the Early Childhood Commission. Do you have a child between 0 to 2 years of age? If yes, you need to download the ECC's First 1000 Days app. It allows you to receive parenting tips, track developmental milestones, learn about the Brain Builder concept, receive relevant articles and research, plus interactive content. The First 1000 Days app, now available for download on the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
1,000 days, 24,000 hours, 1.44 million minutes. The period from conception to 2 years of age is roughly the first 1,000 days of life. And it is a time when foundations are established for health, growth, and development. However, several child development issues have impacted this foundation, such as malnutrition, poor health, and poverty. Intervention is needed now. Proper nutrition helps to promote brain development, stimulation, and protection. These are the 3 key areas of concentration. Do you really want your child to have violent and traumatic situations early in life? Do you want to aid in producing toxic stress at an early age? By 2030, we must make a significant change by decreasing poverty, ending hunger, reducing neonatal mortality, ensuring children have access to high-quality early childhood programs and services, and ending all forms of violence against children. Download the First 1000 Day app to track and manage your child's milestones. Keep up to date with critical events relating to your child, and locate early childhood institutions and childcare facilities across the island. Let us make the first 1,000 days of life count. Today's children will become tomorrow's citizens. If we fail to give them the proper foundation for healthy and productive lives, our future will be at risk. Remember, the first 1,000 days of a child's life matter. We must ensure they are loved, protected, stimulated, and have proper nutrition. Download the First 1000 Days app today.
Hi, I'm Gideon. The Early Childhood Commission is delighted to present to you the First 1000 Days app. This app will give you access to information on the first 1000 days of your child's life. You will be able to track developmental milestones, and we will give you an opportunity to connect with parents as well as with the Early Childhood Commission. I will now give you 3 simple steps to download the app to your Android device.
Step 1. Go to the Google Play Store and search for First 1000 Days. That is 1ST 1000 days. Step number 2. Open the app and sign up with an email or your Facebook or Twitter accounts. Step number 3 is the easiest of them all. Enjoy the features of this wonderful app.
Welcome back. Thank you for being here. We are now at the workshop session observation. Classroom observation, the power tool to improve classroom practices. Okay, so Dr. Zoya Kincaid Clark. Dr. Clark is a senior lecturer and researcher in early childhood education at the University of the West Indies, Mona. She is also the coordinator of graduate programs in the School of Education. As a researcher, she has a keen interest in understanding quality practices in early childhood settings. At this point, her research is aimed at understanding community-initiated approaches to early childhood development in select countries in Latin America and the Caribbean. We will look at the description of the session. Observations in childcare settings is the method of watching, listening, documenting, and analyzing children as they explore, play, and learn. Monitoring children's physical actions, expressions, gestures, and behaviors, and listening to them, talking and interacting with others will show how they develop, their likes, dislikes, and how they learn through their play and interactions. It also reveals more about the child as an individual and how they interact with other children and adults. Dr. Kincaid will provide insight on the topic and provide recommendations for best practices. Please help me welcome Dr. Kincaid Clark.
Okay, good evening, colleagues. How are you all doing? Excellent, excellent. All right, so today my presentation focuses on observations in early childhood settings. And as the descriptor says, observation is a powerful tool that you use in early childhood classrooms, not only with the children, but also with our colleagues as well, with the teachers as well. And observations is a misnomer because it's not just with our eyes. We observe with all our senses. So if you're working with the little ones, with the infants and toddlers, you observe with your nose. You know, if somebody has an accident, you may not see it, you smell it. And so that's still observations. You can feel, so you feel different things. That's observations as well. Physical touch, that's observation. So it's really important. I just want to bring that to your attention, that when we're talking about observing in early childhood settings, it's not just about looking with our eyes. Observations is really a powerful tool, and it's really a free tool. It's a free tool to use. And so we're going to look at, in this dispensation, when there's not lots of money going around, it's nice to find free ways to do things. So I just want to talk a little bit about the process of observation. Observing really requires planning. You have to think, you have to plan in terms of what you're going to be looking for. There are many things that happen in an early childhood setting. So you can do your anecdotal observations, but when you're going to be very strategic with your observations, you have to be very clear about what you're looking for. And this is something that's really important. So if, for instance, you're going to be looking at how children interact with each other, that's what you're looking for. So that doesn't mean you're not going to see other things. It just means that your focus or priority at that time is looking at how children interact with each other. So observing is very important. You have to plan the observations. Plan in terms of knowing where you're going to be sitting, know the tools you're going to be using. If you're going to be using a checklist, have that checklist available and ready, or have a book to document and take your little notes. So when you plan for observation, it's really important. And then you conduct your observation. We're going to go a little bit further into this whole process. When you conduct your observations, you're going to get a wealth of information. Sometimes it's very interesting when you look and you see what you can pick up when you just sit and observe. No paper and pencil test, no paper and pencil tool can give you as much information as you can garner, especially with our young ones, through observations. Today I was in a session and I was listening to a teacher, and she shared that she struggled in her school setting with giving paper and pencil tests because in her mind, she felt that she was able to get so much information about her students from observing them that she wasn't getting from paper and pencil tests. However, when she was talking about the students, she was only required to use the paper and pencil test and not her observations. And this is something that you can see, and this is the challenge that many of our early childhood colleagues face, where there is this tussle and there is this push to use these paper and pencil assessments and not focus on the rich information we can get by using our senses. So you conduct your observations. We're going to talk a little bit about that, and then you interpret your data. When you conduct your observation, you're really data collecting or collecting information. When you collect your information, you need to use this information after. Information that is collected but then put on a shelf is a waste of time. All right? So how do you use this information? So when you conduct your observations, for instance, you collect your data, do you realize that, hey, I noticed that after lunch, so-and-so does this? Or I notice in my observations that after we do circle time, so-and-so does this. This is very important information. This now, when you're using this data now to move forward, it's going to help you to figure out what does this mean for this time of day for this particular child. Or I notice when so-and-so eats this particular food, he reacts this way. What does this mean? So that's the information that you're going to be using now to make informed decisions. I always say to persons, observations start and end with observations. So it's a cycle. It never ends. It's ongoing. So once you use the information to move forward now, you come up and you make your decisions, then you're going to determine what next for my next set of observations. So it's a cyclical process. So in the early childhood classroom, we have a number of things we can observe. Persons who are not very familiar or comfortable in early childhood classrooms, dare I say there are some people who are not comfortable in early childhood classrooms, they cannot understand how we can make sense of this sweet chaos. That's how I'll term it. But when we observe in our early childhood classrooms, we're looking at a number of things. And that's why I say you have to plan for what you're going to observe. You can observe the child, you can observe the teacher, and you can observe the environment. So these are the three things. The early childhood classroom, the environment in terms of what's the tone of the environment, how does it function, how do the children interact with the environment, and the whole works. Now, it's really important when we talk about observations that we are very clear on what observations are. So we have our observations, meaning what we see, what we feel, what we use our senses to learn, but then we have our interpretation of the observation. So an observation is that Miss Campbell is wearing a polka dot blouse. My interpretation now is that she's wearing a polka dot blouse because she wants something cool to wear. So that is what I'm interpreting. But you have to be very clear with what you literally observe. The observation is the fact. The interpretation now can be what you call opinion. All right? And so it's really important that we have facts. And we're going to talk a little bit more about that. So we observe the child, we observe the teacher, we observe the environment. We can also observe the interaction between and among the three. So we can observe the interactions between two of those, or we can observe the interactions among the three. So this could be teacher, child, 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 child environment, teacher environment. How does the teacher use the environment? How does the child use the environment, engage with the environment? How does the child interact with other children? How does the child flow and socialize with other children? And how does the teacher interact between or among the children? So there are a number of things that we observe in early childhood environments, a number of things, and this is by no means exhaustive. All right, we look at responsive caregiving. Responsive caregiving in terms of how well does the caregiver, how well does the teacher respond to the needs of the children in the class. How does she react? How does she support? What is the tone of the environment, and how does she support children when they need her? How does she respond? How does she respond if there are challenges that come up in the classroom space? So that's what we call responsive caregiving. We look at the health practices in terms of is it being overflowing all the time? If it's a nursery setting, we're working with infants and toddlers, and even the little ones. If a child has a soiled diaper, how is that dealt with? How is hand washing dealt with for the children? Children play, they come outside from playing in the dirt or playing around, they're touching all sorts of things. What is done next? First things children must do when they come inside is they must wash their hands. So that is an important thing. It tells you a lot. What happens when a child has a runny nose? How is that dealt with? How is food storage dealt with? So these are what we call health practices. If a child has a cut, a bruise, how is that dealt with? And then we can look at, another thing we can observe is emotional and behavioral support. Emotional and behavioral support has to do with, we know the importance of socio-emotional development with little ones at this point in time, which has a number of reverberations for children growing up into adulthood. But what is the tone like in terms of socio-emotional support? Is the caregiver responsive and open to supporting children? Does she create an atmosphere of warmth? Do children feel comfortable speaking with the caregiver, talking with the caregiver? How does she react when certain things happen? If a child spills some juice, what next? How is that dealt with? If a child has an accident, how is that dealt with? If a child goes over to the teacher and is saying that I want a hug, whether verbally or is making that posture that I want a hug, how is that dealt with? And so these are some of the things that we can look at for social emotional support. What about toddler engaged support for learning? How when you're observing in a space, how is the toddler engaged with? What kind of support is given? Is the lesson or the activity targeted way above the child's capacity? Is it developmentally appropriate? We can look at what kinds of activities are planned, the resources that are available. How does the teacher engage? Is she lecturing or is she on the ground, sitting with the children, doing her best and engaging to make the lesson as real and as applied and as fun and engaging as possible? And then we can also look at the classroom organization. How is the room organized? What does it look like? Is it structured in terms of a lecture style theater, or is it designed in such a space where children have an opportunity to interact with each other? We know the importance of interactions. How is that dealt with? Do we have round tables? Do we have a mat for children to have whole group session to play with each other? And clearly this all depends on the age group of the child, but the room, the organization of the classroom can actually be a deterrent to learning and to socio-emotional development. And so this has to be taken into consideration. And instructional support. If a child needs support, how is that provided? What does it look like? How does the teacher facilitate learning? And so when we think about it, this is not exhaustive as I said, but it's some of the things that we can observe in early childhood classrooms. Now, if I watch children play, I can discover their interests. So this is such an important thing about observations. You learn a whole lot, even what you don't expect or anticipate to learn. So I can speak for myself. So it was through playing. My child was playing with his brothers, and I realized, hey, this child really knows his colors. Or when I was a kindergarten teacher, a child said to me, this wrench looks like letter F. It was through play. This child was playing in the tool center, and he took up the wrench and said, this looks like letter F. I remember his name to this day. I remember how he looked when he was 4. He's a big man now, but it tells me that it was through play. So I can observe and I can learn about my children. It's through play that I learned, through play and observing children playing, that I knew about a child who had an obsession with dinosaurs. It was through play that I learned about a child who knew different kinds of fish. So it's really important that we can look at these things and observe. So have children, let them do what they need to do, let them do their authentic thing, and we just observe. Through play, I can identify children's developmental levels. You see how they are. Play is one of those things. So play, there are different stages of play. And so if you're looking, for instance, at babies, infants, babies don't play together. They play beside each other. They don't play together. So you can see the progress of children's play. I did some observations in a classroom some years ago, and I watched a child from the start of the year when the child started the center to the end when he was about to go on to the next class. And I watched how this little boy engaged with a boat. So how he first played with the boat, he just lifted it up and banged it. And then I watched later on that he knew what the boat was for. And then later on, I could see where he knew what he needed to make this boat work. And then later on, when he started talking about the colors of the boat and different things to put on the boat. And so you see the developmental level of children right there. And the progress in terms of their developmental capacity and ability. When I look to see what strategies when I observe, I can see what strategies children use to attain their goals. So children have different goals. So I can see how children will work to achieve their goals. So you have a toddler, and a toddler, especially one who is trying to be very independent. And you see this toddler trying to put on his shorts. The process in which he tries to put on his shorts, that tells you. So the goal is, I'm going to put on my shorts myself. Starts off, he doesn't know where this thing goes. Next, he puts it on. He puts 2 legs in the same hole. And you're watching and you say, okay. And then he figures out, okay, maybe it works best if I sit, put my bottom on the floor, and then put one on one leg and put other on the other leg. So you can see the progression in the development of children and how they attain their goals. Observing helps me to know what skills children have and what skills they need to practice. This is so important, especially when we're working with the preschoolers. These are the ones 3 to 5 year olds. We can see what skills they need to practice. Eye-hand coordination, fine motor development, gross motor development, social skills are such a big one that, grade 1 teachers in primary schools talk a lot about the deficient social skills that children transitioning from pre-primary to primary school lack. So I can see that. How do they react in certain circumstances? If somebody takes a toy from them, how do they react? Do they jump on them immediately start to fight? Do they cry, or do they ask to get it back? That tells you the social skills and what skills they have. And then observing also tells me about their personalities. It tells you how children are. Is this a quiet child? Is this a sociable child? Is this a child who is high energy? Is this a low energy child? You can know so much about children and learn so much when you observe them. When you observe the caregivers now, this is for those who supervise and assess teachers. You learn how the caregiver responds to children. You learn how they have planned the experiences for children. Do they take into account their reflections? Do they reflect on what has happened? Do they take into consideration their knowledge of the child in planning? So if you have a child and you know that child has an immense interest in colors, how do you use the different colors when you're planning instruction? How is that done? So you can see a lot about that. Or if the teacher does something and you say, hey, that was an interesting approach. Why did you take that approach? And the teacher says, well, you know what? Because I have 3 children in here specifically who enjoy this. And so they love this activity. And so that's why I've included it in my activity plan. That tells you a lot. So you learn about that. You learn about how the caregiver has designed the learning space. You learn about how he or she interacts with children, and you also learn about he or she facilitates care and learning. This is so important. What makes early childhood unique is that what we have to do, how we facilitate learning for little ones, is very different from how we do it with older ones. And so we have to, so it may seem strange to persons who are not in the field, but what you have to do to get children, the constant repetition, the constant engaging, hands-on learning, the constant engaging with different senses, all of those things, you have to take that into account when you're facilitating instruction. Making the time and taking the time to not lean heavily on whole group instruction, but to take the time for those small groups and one-on-one. The reality is that children really get the most out of you with one-on-one instruction, which is why ratios is so important and adhering to ratios is so important. When you observe the environment, you can observe the physical space. You can observe the use of the physical space. I saw a video the other day with a development officer who was making suggestions to a teacher about how to redesign her physical space to get it to be more engaging, to get it to be more aligned with how children function, to try and create space out of not a lot of space. Appropriateness of resources. If resources are not developmentally appropriate, it might as well not have resources. So the resources must be developmentally appropriate for little ones, not only in terms of what is the contents of the resources, but also the physical features of the resources. Books, for your little ones, especially for the babies, soft books, and then when you go into your toddlers, those hard books, colors, the size of the images, opportunities for children to have a lot of conversations and for the caregiver to talk. So the appropriateness of the resources is very important, and the use of available resources. So if resources are available, but they are not being used with the children, you might as well not have the resources. So you want to make sure, so when you go into a space and the teacher has blocks, but the children don't have access to the blocks, it's a waste of time. So if the children don't have an opportunity to use the resources that are there for them, that makes no sense. Remember, think about it. We only have a short window of opportunity. The early childhood years, it's a very short window of opportunity. The first 2 years or first 1,000 days, critical. By year 3, going to year 5, very important. By the time the child reaches 5 and goes into 6, that window of opportunity closes. And that's why we say, when we are advocating for our early childhood teachers and our children in particular, we need to say, reach them quickly. Intervention early is very important. When we lose them, the education system pays a price. That's why children who have risk, or children enter school in grade 1 already at a disadvantage. And the grade 1 teacher will have a tremendously difficult time in bringing that child up because the window of opportunity has already closed. So the use and of available resources. Children, infants and toddlers are not natural mathematicians. So when STEM is going on now, they're natural scientists. provide them with the resources as best as you can to do that. And it doesn't cost a lot of money. Sand and water, some little blocks. I always tell people, if you know a little furniture maker man, you ask him to give you some of his leftover blocks, and you paint them and you stack them. That's a big thing. Did you know that having the capacity to even stack blocks is an important insight into children's developmental capacity? But many children don't have the ability to stack blocks because there are no resources where they are. When I go in an early childhood setting, I look for blocks. That's a big thing. You're really supposed to have different kinds of blocks, Lego blocks, whatever. But when you observe a child, because that is science, math, everything in and of itself, the child has to figure out, how do I place these blocks so that this stack can balance? This is important. So when you observe the environment, you're looking to see, are there sufficient resources for the number of children in this room? Or is this a recipe for fighting? Because if you have 4 blocks and 10 children, there is going to be anarchy. Am I telling a lie? All right. And so we're setting children up right there. And then the warmth and tone of the learning space. This is always so important. You can see, when you enter a room, you can see. There is going to be some crying. That's natural. That's with young children. Up until 5, you're going to have some crying. That's fine. Even 6, even into primary school, that's definitely going to have crying. But for the little ones, you want to see the warmth and the tone of the space. How does the teacher react? Is the teacher's voice constantly bucked and turned up high? Or does she speak softly at a medium tone, in a medium tone, and the children are familiar with that tone? That makes a difference. How does the teacher react if a child has an accident? If a child, quote unquote, does not follow instructions. So the teacher said, color the fish blue, and the child colors the fish red. How does the teacher react? So that warmth and tone of the learning space is so important, and you observe that when you observe the environment. Now, there are different types of observations. You have informal observations, you have tuning into the child, and you have schema spotting. Informal observations is when, this is just what we do. So once you are a teacher, you enter the room, you see, you just know, that's your informal observations. So you notice things. I noticed that Lisa hasn't come to school since last week, Thursday. I wonder why. I wonder why this child always crying. I wonder why. I wonder if the mother not going to come with the lunch money. I wonder why. So you're observing. That's what you call informal observations. And then you have tuning into the child. Tuning into the child is where you understand a child's personal preferences, behavior, and motivations. So this is when I said to you that I know. So when I was a kindergarten teacher, donkey years ago, but when I was a kindergarten teacher, I would make it a point of duty. Young teacher, young teacher, but I made it a point of duty. I knew there was a child in my class who loved insects. And so where I was staying, you had a lot of insects. Let me tell you something. And so I would catch these insects and not brave. Literally just put a bottle over it and catch them and carry them to class. And I remember the child said, "Teacher, you have so much insect in your house?" But I would do that because I knew that he had that interest in insects. And that's just one child. Or I told you about the child who loved dinosaurs. So if I found a book on dinosaurs, I was going to borrow it from somebody and carry it over so I could read it to my class. If I found a book different, that was when I kind of had a sense about the different kinds of dinosaurs. And it's because I understood that this was an interest of a child in my class. And so when you know your child, when you know the children in your class, you don't know them collectively, you know them individually. And that's what is important. So yes, they are a group, but you know each child by name. That's biblical. I know you by name. Right? So you know what each child is interested in. And then you have tuning into the teacher, which is understanding the teacher's personal preferences, behaviors, and motivations as well. And then we have something called schema spotting. Schema spotting is where you recognize significant and regular repeated actions children display when they're playing, drawing, or interacting with each other. And this is another thing that we see time and time again. Schema spotting now is where you recognize, so hey, I notice Debbie likes to draw buildings. You notice that. So you see that. You see how the child interacts with each other. You see how the child engages with a particular activity. You see how the child likes to play. So there's a particular child, when you say, okay, free activity, the child immediately goes to the block center. Or the child immediately goes to the manipulative center. And you can see what the preference is for that child. And then you have participant observation. Participant observation is when you participate in children's play to get a sense of how they're playing. So as a teacher, as a caregiver, you sit there with them. In fact, you will play with them. And it gives you an insight, deep set of insight into how children play. There is something with that because you can influence children's play, but it's such an important thing because you need to be there. That's an important part of interaction, though. And then you have non-participant observation where you just observe the child, you sit down, and you're like a fly on the wall, just observing the child without your input as a practitioner. So how do we conduct observations? It's first important, as I said to you, to understand what you're observing. You can't observe everything. You have to be very selective in what you're observing. So you need to know. So you can't observe Mary, Sean, Lisa, Anthony, Christian, Jacob, everybody at the same time. You have to be very selective. So you need to understand what you're observing and how you're going to know. You have to have your instrument prepared. And this could be a checklist. If you have a checklist, if you have an observation checklist, you can use that. You can use a running record. We're going to talk a little about that, or you can tally. What you're observing will depend on what instrument you're going to need when you're conducting your observation. And then give yourself sufficient time. You know how much time you have to observe. It can be as short as 10 minutes, and it can be as long as 3 hours. And here are some examples of observation methods. We have checklists, running records, anecdotal records, which are jottings, time sampling, a sociogram, and event sampling. Oh, stop. Oh, mercy. I'm so sorry. I went through everything. Can go now? Yes. Great. All right. So when you're doing your observations, it's really important. Remember what I said to you. The context that that observation is taking place in is an important thing that you must document. Important details as well. Background information is very important. Who is the observer? Who are you observing? The age of the child, the gender, the date and time of observation, and the context or setting. Why is this important? Because if I'm observing the child outside, that would be very different from observing a child inside or observing a child during an activity. So you have to be mindful of that. So checklists now, let's talk a little bit about that. So the British Council talks about checklists, and they say that observation checklists not only give an observer a structure and framework for observation, but it also forms a contract of understanding with the teacher, who may, as a result, be more comfortable and get specific feedback on aspects of the class. So when you have an observation checklist, it's basically outlining what I'm going to be looking for, so you know what I'm looking for. And if I'm observing little ones, even little ones as young as 3, you can say to them, okay, boys and girls, this week I'm going to be looking at how you play with your classmates. That's it. You can be very clear. Children are smart. Don't underestimate what they're capable of doing and what they're capable of understanding. So you observe them. You can speak that, and you have that contract. So they know that teacher is watching me and watching how I form my letters, or teacher is watching me and she's watching how I play. That's it. So here is an example of an observation form. So we can see here, so this observation, for instance, is looking at social development and work habits. That's it. And so it is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, just 10. And this can be checked off. So I'm looking at how can the child follow directions? Can the child persevere with activities when activities become difficult? Can the child control for quiet listening? Is the child respectful to adults and peers? So that is something that, so I've outlined this is what I'm looking for. This is for the older ones, the preschoolers, and it's a useful tool. There are multiplicity of them. I know the Commission has their own observation tool. Yes, so there are many observation tools that can be used. And then you have an anecdotal record. Now, an anecdotal record is a story about a child's behavior. It is told in the past tense, and like any story has a beginning and an end. Anecdotal observations can be recorded quickly and on spot. So you may notice something. So you can say, today, Leslie identified 3 colors. I was so pleased. Leslie told me that her friend was wearing a yellow dress and that she had on green and blue socks. Leslie's learning so much. That's anecdotal. That's just it. That's it. Okay. And so here is an example. This is what I got this. I copied this from a classroom that I observed, and it speaks to, so this is just like a story, an anecdotal observation, but a story about the child. It's a narrative of the child and how he's doing. All right? And so what this does as well is that it makes a parent appreciate that I really know what's happening with the teacher really knows what's happening with my child in the class. Here is another example of a child, an anecdotal observation. So it said a child made pizza and the child put 5 slices of pepperoni on the pizza. This child knows 5. She understands 5ness, the concept of 5ness. And so that is an observation. So Francesca was making pizza and she put 5 pepperonis on her pizza, slices of pepperoni on her pizza. And then we have event sampling. Event sampling is when you document what happens during a particular event daily. So what happens when we're having story time? What happens to Lisa during story time? What happens to Robert during story time? You hear me only calling old people names. But it's what happens to this child at this particular time. And so you can sample. So event sampling speaks to how you're looking at a particular event. So from the start of an activity to the end of it, you're doing your observation then. So in the line, when a child lines up to transition from one area, so you're coming back from devotion into the classroom, you're sampling the time in the line. Walking from devotion to the classroom. That's it. That's the only period you're doing your observation. We call that event sampling. And then we have time sampling. Time sampling is where you conduct an observation of a child on a scheduled basis for a set period of time. So the observations are only brief, but they speak to what the child is doing in that very brief moment. So if I say that I'm going to conduct an observation of Abigail from 5 o'clock until 6 o'clock, and I'm going to look at her every 10 minutes. So every 10 minutes, I set my watch. So from 5 to 5:10, I'm going to observe her. I'm going to take a break. At 5:15, to 5:25, I'm going to observe her again just for those 10 minutes, and I'm going to look and see what she's doing. That gives a lot of information as well. It gives you information because it lets you know what is happening throughout that period of time. So it's sampling up one particular time in the day, a particular period of time, and I'm using that to get information. This is time sampling. So time sampling, you're looking at predetermined behavior over a period of time. And you want to document the frequency. So you can do it every 5 minutes, every 10 minutes, or every 20 minutes. It's up to you. So if you want to observe this particular child for 1 hour, you're doing that every 5 minutes. And that's how you conduct the observation. So it's not for the entire hour. It is every 5-minute slot. So here is an example of something that I can do. So with time sampling, I can use this as well. I can use tallies. Now tallies, go back to primary school where you learned you cross on the 5. So you 1, 2, 3, 4, cross on the 5. And tallies is important because it tells you how often something happens. So if you have a child, so a teacher said to me, Dr. Clark, how can I stop a child from biting? I said, how often does a child bite? A lot. What does that mean? So any intervention you're going to want to implement, you're going to have to know when and if any intervention is working. So what is the starting point? How often does the child bite? So you take a sample. So at 9 o'clock, you have the predetermined time, 9 o'clock, 9:30, 10:10, 11:05, and 12 o'clock. At 9 o'clock, you observe the child, and you see how many times the child is biting. 9:30, the same thing. 10:10, the same thing. 11:05, the same thing, and 12:12. And then you can get a sense of how often this child was biting. So when the parent says, no, you're picking on my child, or my child doesn't bite, you say, well, no, I have here. So this is how many times Lisa was biting on Tuesday. So at 9 o'clock, she bit 3 children. 9:30 again, I saw her, she bit 2 children. 10:10, I saw her, she bit 5. 11:05, she didn't bite any because she was sleeping. 12 o'clock, again. So you see, you have this evidence. So it's not a lot. It's not whole heap of time. You have it. So you have the actual numbers, right? So here is an example of tallies. So this is John. John is being observed in a music class, for instance, and you're looking at how the kinds of what you call, if you're observing John, for instance, to see if he has autism, or if you need to make recommendations to the mother, you observe certain behaviors. So these are the behaviors you want. So twisting or clenching, you said these are how many times you saw him do the twisting and clenching of hands. The rocking the head back and forth, and the rocking the body back and forth, distracting neighbors, strange sounds, humming sounds, some talking, self-simulation. You make note of that, and then you can determine. So when you have this information now, so you see that making sounds is not something that he does frequently, but he does a lot of twisting and clenching of the hands, and he does a lot of rocking body back and forth and distracting the neighbors. So when you have this information, this is what you get through observations. Nothing else will give you this kind of information. And in fact, when you take your child now to be formally assessed, that's exactly what they're going to do. Observe. In the same way that you observe. That's what they're going to do. So when you can do this with your own children. And then we have the sociogram. And the sociogram is a technique that is used to capture social skills. And we do this especially when we're observing for interactions. A sociogram really just speaks to how is the child moving around the space to socialize. And it's the same thing with teachers. You can use it with teachers to say, how is the teacher moving around the space to socialize with children? And here is an example of a sociogram. So you can see. So, I was calling Lisa's name. So Lisa, when it's time to move, Lisa automatically goes to Tracy. But Tracy goes to Olivia, and Lisa also goes to Olivia. So Lisa, Tracy, and Olivia are good friends. Lisa doesn't play with Tiona, but Tracy plays with Tiona. Olivia also plays with Lena and Olivia plays with Tiona. So you can see this. So what this does is actually shows you a visualization or a sociogram. It shows you how children are moving around the classroom. There are some times when you have children, they gravitate to each other, and there are some children, sometimes you say, no matter how much I separate you two, you always find your way back to each other. And you can see that. So you just draw that and you can see how they interact, the kinds of interactions taking place in the learning space. And so this is it. So just to say, though, that observations is really important. If you want samples of tools, of checklists, I'm more than willing to share these with you so you can use them. Remember that checklists depend on what you're observing. There are so many things you can observe in the classroom space, and you can use your anecdotal observations. Your tools, meaning your senses that you carry into the space, is so important. You can do many things with them. All right? And that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions? Do we have any questions? Any questions in the chat?
Straightforward.
You spoke about schema spotting.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on, let me. I have a child in my classroom. 1 minute.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Thank you. You spoke about schema spotting.
Mm-hmm.
And I have a child in my classroom, and whenever it is coloring time, and that child would go to the art area, he normally picks out the same color crayon to color everything, and that is the black color crayon. If I give him another color, he would still go back and pick out that black color crayon. What is your advice on that for me?
Well, that is deep. What does he say is his reason for wanting to use that black crayon?
Be honest, I never asked him why he always uses a black crayon. I thought that black was just his favorite color.
It could be that. It could be that. It could just be that black is his favorite color. Just like so you have some little girls that love pink, or some little girls that love blue or yellow. It could just be that that is the favorite color. But ask, how old is the child? He's 3. That's interesting. That's 3. Ask him why he wants this color. It could be that's the only. It could be that's his favorite color. It could be that's the color that he knows. It could be that because that's his father's favorite color. So I'll give you an example. I love examples. So I'll give you an example. So I had a child who would always put a pencil behind his ear. I'm not sure if I ever told you that story. Put a pencil behind his ear. And no matter what I would do, because in my mind it's so dangerous. Don't put a pencil behind your ear. It's dangerous. No matter what, pencil behind the ear. One day I went to his home and I met his father. Where was the father's pencil? And that's it. So it was that. It was just that. His father was a construction worker and he would put the pencil, yeah. And so that's what he was doing. So he would just put the pencil behind his ear. And so that gave me a lot of insight. I mean, so much. This is why you observe. But now if you're saying, I have also seen a child who this has a preference for a certain kind of juice. And why do you want this juice? Is this your favorite juice? No. Why do you always pick this juice? I want it. Why do you always pick this juice? I want it. Only to realize that it was a mother who said, don't drink any other juice but this juice. And so you see, so sometimes this is why this is now, because you have made that observation, probe a little bit. Don't make assumptions. Probe a little bit to see what it could be. That's an interesting comment, though.
Are there any other questions? Any in the chat?
It's not a question, but just want to elaborate on what you said.
Can you use the mic, please?
Yes, just to elaborate on what the teacher said, I have a child that does the same thing. He's 5 years old, however, and I probe, and whenever I probe, he just gets sad and he locks off for the entire day. I try, even when it's coloring time, I try taking out the black crayon. Oh, I don't leave any black crayon in the container. And he will come and say, "Teacher, I don't see my crayon." And I say, "What is your crayon?" And he will show me, like, if there's a coloring thing. All his coloring exercises that we do in class, it's black. And he would shut down for the entire day and doesn't use another crayon. So when she asked the question, I was happy because I was saying probably you could say something in order, because I brought the attention to the principal, and probably she's saying it is his favorite color. But when I asked, I said, "Why you love this color?" "No." "So why he use the color?" I tried calling in the parent, and this is happening from September, and she said she just came the other day when it was for the transferring exercise to fill up something, and she couldn't even stop to talk to me about that, because it is, as you said, deep and interesting. So I need to know what to do. He's leaving me soon, so.
Well, this is where, remember now, that as teachers we can't diagnose, but what we can do is that we can perhaps suggest to make referrals. Because if you are saying that when you ask the child gets very sad and withdrawn for the rest of the day, that is a red flag. That is a red flag that additional support may be needed. And it may be a recommendation to the principal or to the parent, if you can get through to the parent, to see about getting a little bit more help. But really and truly, it would be difficult for you to diagnose. But clearly you have a sense that something is happening, right? You can't diagnose, but you know something is happening, and it's not positive. So you need to probe a little bit more and make the suggestion. It is really unfortunate. It really is unfortunate. I've heard similar things, and as teachers, your hands are tied beyond just saying, I'm going to recommend to the parent to take the child to get, further assessment or so forth. But clearly there's something else.
Okay, thank you so much for those questions. I have some comments from our online participants. So Dr. Kincaid Clark, they're saying they totally agree with you. Observation is really necessary and important. Very important to know each child in the classroom. Also that, you're so knowledgeable and keen on your content, and you're always impressed by the wealth of knowledge that is shared. Very useful information.
Excellent.
Right? So we want to thank you from our online participants and our face-to-face participants. So observing in the classroom setting is very, very important, and it requires planning. As you said, it is important to note the tools, the space, the area of observation, and the method that is being used. Early childhood education, right. Early childhood education classrooms, we observe multiple things. The child, the teacher, the environment. So we want to tap into all the areas. And we need to ensure that we have the resources in place to collect the data for our observations, right? And we have to use the information, use it to help our children so that they can have a better outcome. Do you want to ask a question from our
I have a
face-to-face persons? I'm so sorry, online participants.
I have a little
giveaway.
What question can I ask? Help me out.
The important areas that you should observe.
What are the important areas that we observe when we're conducting observations in an early childhood space?
Name three.
Name three.
If we were listening. Our online participants can still respond. You have some questions?
You can observe. Come on. The physical space.
The use of the physical space.
Mm-hmm.
The appropriateness, if I pronounce that properly, of the available resources.
Mm-hmm. All right. So you can observe the space. That's one. What else? What else can you observe? When you're observing, come on.
Also, as a teacher, as you have stressed on it, our tone
Mm-hmm.
in the classroom.
Okay.
Are we warming up for the children?
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. Yes. So I'll give you.
Awesome.
I'll give you.
All right. So we have a question from our online participants. So, what is the next step after recommendation is given, even by ECC, and the parents make to move on? Oh, and the parents make no move, yeah. So after recommendations are given and the parents, the ECC makes the recommendation. So say we do the administration through the JSRA and we take in the children, what now happens or what needs to happen if there is no movement from our parents?
Well, this is where it is so unfortunate. This is where it is really unfortunate. It depends on the nature of the issue. There may be nothing beyond that. It is so unfortunate. It could be so. If it is something that is physical or whatever, we know we have the channels that we can go through, the appropriate channels that are outlined. But if there is an issue, for instance, a child is showing delays in terms of cognitive development, that's an example, it may require intervention on the part of the teacher. It may require that a conversation be held with the teacher who is going to receive the child to provide the kind of support that is needed. One of the challenges that we face, and we know this is an issue, is the lack of resources that are available. But another challenge that we face sometimes is that we don't have parents that are responsive to these kinds of recommendations, and it ends up harming the child more than anything else. And it is sad to say, but the most that we can do at this point in time is make those recommendations. And as I said, it depends on the nature of the issue. If the child needs more support in terms of cognitive skills, academic concepts, learning of concepts and constructs, then we know what we can do on our end. But beyond that, if it is something that requires the intervention of the different systems, then that will have to be done.
Okay, thank you for that, Dr. Kincaid Clark, and also creating awareness in the spaces, right? Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much.
We had some rich information being imparted, and we hope we take it and apply it where necessary. Please join us tomorrow for our final set of sessions. Thank you so much, and enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you, Dr. Kincaid Clark.
Thank you so very much. Thank you, wonderful audience.